Restream has stopped. So here we are. Let me move some stuff. As you can see, I do have some like post-apocalyptic style cars on the board right now. I am not really going to do anything with them tonight. But yes, these are 32 mil scale buggies, and I've got truck full of scavenged stuff. And actually, each buggy I've got two of, but there's mods so that they don't look exactly alike. Plus, this one, I didn't want it to have small tires in the back. So you can see how the tires are a totally different color. And that would be because I had some BTR 60 tires from one of my Russian, BTR 60 that I was doing for whatever reason. It's still up there. And I had printed like a bunch of extra tires just so that I wouldn't be wasting build space on the plate, right? And boy, they have came in so handy. Like over, the last year, it's like anytime I'm doing no, Gaslands is like half this scale. This is if I ever decide for no good reason to run Ashes Without Number. I mean, you may have heard me talk about it. It's, the new Crawford game, Kevin, not the other one or whatever. Yeah, it's not Jeremy, it's Kevin. And in Ashes Without Number, it's a post-apocalyptic game where one of 20 things could have went bad. And if I run it, I'm going to say all 20 things went bad. Because, that makes a lot. I mean, I think that makes it more fun. And so that would mean the players would be in a world where 100 years ago, World War III happened, a zombie plague broke out, all civilization just completely collapsed, except for, small little encampments. And there are mutants, not Joan Crawford for sure. There are mutants, etc. And one of the rules I find really interesting about Ashes Without Number is after the player makes their character and chooses their starting gear, you're supposed to have all the players empty their pockets at the table. And whatever they have in their pockets, their character actually has too. And that means if their character is got a set of car keys in their pocket, or the player has a set of car keys in their pocket, guess what? They have a car. Not necessarily, 100% of the same type. If I have a car of that type, obviously I'd be like, oh, you have a Kia Cube or whatever the hell it is. But yeah, this is Gasland scale. And yes, I am a huge fan of Gaslands. I love Gaslands. It's one of my favorite miniatures games ever made. And for a number of reasons. One, it's incredibly fun. It's just a fun game with Gaslands. Like I've got some Gaslands motorcycles around here and all that. Like here's a Gaslands motorcycle. Because you can use motorcycles in Gaslands, whatever, right? But these are because they'll be used with actual, the players will have their miniatures. Not that guy, of course. I mean, some of you may recognize this guy and be like, yeah, he's probably not a player character. Or is he? I don't know. Maybe. So basically, a couple months ago, I went on to Etsy because I spend way too much time on Etsy. And I found a guy, and he makes post-apocalyptic vehicles relatively cheap. And by relatively, I mean one of these is like, I don't know, $10 or something. right? So that's pretty darn cheap for a 38 mil scale anything, really. I mean, that's cheap. That is less expensive than like a single space ring would cost you more than that, you know. Well, okay, maybe not every single space marine, but definitely like a Primaris heavy intercessor. Yeah, that's yep, the Ayatollah of rock and rolla. So the players are going to start, because I have a group that's pretty big. They'll probably start with, more than one vehicle, and we'll have to figure out why they're even traveling around. See, like this guy right here, that's like a F350 or F450 tow truck. I wonder if I should put googly eyes on the front of it and call it Mater. You know what I mean? But I mean, I can do all kinds of stuff because I have like tons of extra parts. So I could glue some bags on the roof of it, or maybe this crazy freaking grill right here that's just like super vicious looking. I could glue that joker right there. And now not only is it a tow truck, but if it hits you, you're going to get the spikes. That's exactly what I was saying. I'm like, I think I might even have some googly eyes around here. I could paint it up just like Mater, put the rust on it and everything, and then put the googly eyes on the front. Maybe find some teeth, but no. What's actually going to happen is, I think now that I've looked at it, I'm going to put this vicious freaking. I don't think you'd call that a cow killer. I don't know what you'd call that, but yeah, it's getting ready to go on my thing, and who knows? Maybe one of the players, or two of the players, or some of the players might want to actually have this big freaking truck. One thing, these are resin printed, and the guy didn't get every single one of the supports off, but I am, when I do my review, I'm not going to hold him to that. I'm not going to be like, oh, it had no, I'm not going to be that kind of douche, because the fact of the matter is I'm actually incredibly pleased with how these guys came out, especially, like I said, for the price. Like, I think some of them on Etsy, depending on the scale, can get up to like, I don't know, $15. But again, when you're talking about some kind of crazy badass, post-apocalyptic truck this big, 10 to 15 bucks is a steal. You know what I'm saying? It is absolutely a steal, because I mean, maybe I have that opinion because of being a 40K guy. Like, if I can get a model vehicle for under like 40 bucks, I think I'm getting the best deal in the world. When in reality, maybe I'm not, but I feel like I am. But maybe it's because I've spent 65 bucks for a Sakaran tank or some shit, and now I'm just not like, yay. Of course, these guys were actually, all told, more expensive than the cars. And I'm going to paint their bases like pavement gray, and even put like, lane stripes and stuff on the bases. And yes, there's more. I think I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I got 9 of them. Because, I mean, one, maybe the players might want to have a motorcycle. I know my brother loves his bikes. But two, I mean, if we're playing a post-apocalyptic game where you're riding around the blasted highway trying to whatever, of course there's going to be bikers, and and they might even be mutants like Radioactive Dreams, right? Let's see. How do you incorporate me into the game? Okay. Well, first off, in Ashes Without Number, there are rules for like auto combat. What happened to my camera? Just went black. All right, let's see if I can get my camera to stop being a douchebag. Of course, I'm lucky it's even, working at all. Oh, well, you get to look at me then. Okay, fine. The game has rules for combat between people in automobiles and like what it would, modifiers to hit for firing from a moving automobile at a moving automobile. And then the automobiles themselves have armor classes and hit points. And, if you get a crit, you might blow out an engine block or something like that. And then the big thing for players is keeping track of fuel. Yeah, you get a better view of the icons this way. And my starship, which I was going to name something else, I forget, but I might name it just Jane, since it's got its hat. They have another one that's this size called the Nilbog. This is the Slefner. And then they have one that's half this size. I forget what it's called, but I mean, that thing's like only $70, but it's only got like 5 decks. So if you want a really small ship, of course, the company that makes these, they have like 4 or 5 that are designed with the decks like this. And they're designed to be able to land standing up, Yeah. And of course, let's not forget, speaking of views of icons, I've always got my icon right here so I can look at it, so that if I start feeling a little bit angry, like I want to yell at somebody or call them some bad names, I can kind of look over there and be like, calm down. So what I built today during the last attempts at streaming was 3 Questeros Knights. And I built them. This is a Gallant, I think. Yeah, Gallant. And then I've got a Warden and I've got a Paladin. Since in the game, Imperialis, Legions Imperialis, you can equip the knights within one unit different. So, so that's what I've done. And I have a knight army. It's got a Warhound Titan Scout, and then it's got 14 knights in different units to fill out the, how you have to fill out the org chart. So yeah. Bill stream and saw you were live streaming. Oh, and you've got to get procrastination's a bitch. OGG, what's up, homie? Bill, do you mean Richard? DM Bloodworth, does he do a thing on Monday? I mean, Monday is the one day that I always say I stream. Not that I can claim Monday and be like, Monday is mine, no one else can stream, but I'm not saying that. But Monday is the one day out of the week that I actively go out of my way to stream, and that my wife knows I stream. So she makes her plans knowing that Monday is DM James stream. But that's not saying other people can't stream. They can stream. I mean, everybody's free to do what they want. I mean, depending on who they are, it kind of bums me out, but that's because I'm selfish. So if Dungeon Delver, he's a good guy. Yeah, he's a good guy. I like Dungeon Delver. I didn't know, I never really figured. I mean, dude lives like 30 minutes from me. I don't know, though, what he's like politically or anything. He may not be down with, a hardcore Christian, right leaning, or I like to say traditionalist, but I'm sure we could get around that. And maybe one of these days, if I start DMing again, I should invite him to the table. That would be interesting. I wouldn't record it, but yeah, he's a good guy. He's got his little crab in front of him, and he runs Gamma World. I think he's ran some Star Frontiers. What's up, Shadow? I thought I put the link in chat, but if I didn't, I will if you want. I mean, like I said, he's just an all-around decent guy. He's on the other side of town from me. You know what I mean? Because, like, if you were to look at a map of Orlando, I would be more east side. He's a little bit more west side, and I'm east side. So that's why we don't hang out, because we're involved in a gang war, to prove who's the best, the east or the west side. I hope you guys realize that was a joke. I'm sure you did, but just going back to like the 90s or whatever, when you had the whole rap battle or the rap wars between Biggie in the East and Pac in the West, and just popped in to say hi before dinner. Well, it's Monday. I just started, and I may be going after dinner, so keep that in mind. Plus, tell Jackie I said hi. Never see him anymore. I hope he's doing well. Tell him I got a World War I Prussian officer's hat. It's really cool looking. He'll get a kick out of that, because I know he's got his like Polish hat from like World War I or whatever. So, well, I know you get it. I don't worry about anyone in my audience getting offended by most of what I say. I mean, if you guys are still around, then obviously my opinions don't offend you, or you don't care about my opinions, which is very healthy, because you shouldn't care overly much about what some fat old dude on the internet has to say about anything, right? But unfortunately, there's this thing called YouTube. And if you're not careful, and you make sure you're saying I'm joking, and in mind, then YouTube will sometimes like pull your little panties down and give you a spanking. And so obviously I'm not a fan of that. I like my panties nice and secured, and I don't like spankings. So there you go. That's why you hear me say what I say. It's not you guys. Believe me, it's not you guys. I trust you guys. You guys been hanging out forever. I don't think any one of you guys are going to run and try and tell and get me in trouble or any of that shit for anything I might say, even if it is a little bit, out of bounds, maybe. But see, people like, why I exist on YouTube right now. Oh, nice. I found a guy that sells actual Cossack hats with the red top and the white cross and all that. And I was, boy, oh boy, I looked at that site like a lot. I ended up not doing it, but man, I have to admit, I was checking that Cossack hat out. They had boots too. But unfortunately, see, when it comes to shoe wear, my wife is cool enough to be cool with me buying, expensive boots, but only like, once every couple of years, right? And I just dropped like, a butt ton of money, and I mean a butt ton, on some brand new, the really tall Milwaukee biker boots that have the zipper and the latch and all the. I mean, they almost come up to my knees. These things are freaking tall, and of course they're Milwaukee leather, so they're high end boots. They're not cheap made in China bullshit, right? And I'd already bought them, and I'm not sending them back after wearing them because they're amazing and I love them. So that means I can't buy any Cossack boots, even though I'd love to buy them. The ones I'm talking about are the ones that have the toe that points up. Yeah, I ain't no damn rat, right? Yeah, stay in your shelves, put your books up, do what you got to do, and I'll be over here doing my thing, and you can listen. Um, I tell you what, I wouldn't be offended if you listen to Dungeon Delver too, because I do the same thing sometimes. Like I'll listen to Max, and then I'll pop back and forth between Max and another person, and you know, I mean, I don't. There's no way I would be upset because people are like wanting to listen to multiple things that all happen to be on at the same time. And another thing is, I wouldn't be upset if you didn't watch it, but you watched it later. I mean, yeah, there's no freaking expectations here amongst buddies. You do what you do, and because I'm going to do what I do. So you know what I mean? It just that's just how it is. So but yeah, I think the only reason I haven't gotten any strikes or been straight up banned is because I'm not monetized. So YouTube really doesn't give a shit what I do. You know what I mean? Whereas if I were monetized, I get the feeling that some of the things I've done and said would have got me cooked big time. That is, I guess, one of the benefits of not monetizing the channel is YouTube doesn't really give a shit about your channel because they're not paying you. So why would they give a shit? You know what I'm saying? I think I found you guys after watching Dungeon Delver for a few months. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I like Dungeon Delver. I watch his shows. I know he's on a lot, and I've been on a whole lot lately. Um, Not that there's anything wrong with either of that, but yeah, I watched when he was running. I think he was running Gamma World. I mean, he runs a lot of great games. He's a good guy. He's a good guy. I mean, I'll be honest. I don't actually know him. I've never met him, but from what I've seen online, yeah, he just seems like a good guy. The kind of guy that's just playing D&D. One thing he does, and I admire it. Man, do I admire it so much. Is mostly he stays away from all the drama. Man, I admire that about the guys that can do that. And I honestly wish I could do that, but your boy's got a big mouth and a problem with self-control sometimes. So even though I know I should just shut the hell up about certain things and just move on, um, I don't, and I'd say relatively stupid of me, um, because again, if I were serious about growing my viewership, that would be step one. Step one would be S the F. Yeah, shut up and don't say anything overly controversial about anything. Don't talk about anything controversial at all. Unless that's what I want my channel to be, which, you could do that too. Uh-oh. I just heard LL in the other room. Don't call it a comeback. I've been here for years. Rocking the mic, putting suckers in fear. Yeah. Raining down like a monsoon. That's right. Ladies love Cool James. Everybody knows that, right? Of course, the first song I remember from him, and I know this is kind of stream of conscious, I apologize. But the first song I remember listening to from him was Going Back to Cali. You know, that was kind of MTV's jam back in the day. The whole, I'm going back to Cali, to Cali, to Cali. Going back to Cali. Nah, I don't think so. Going back to Cali. But anyway, none of you needed to hear my poor singing. Well, I'll tell you what. I don't know why I haven't had Venger on my show. Well, okay, I do know why. Because that dude goes to bed at like 8 o'clock. And I respect his hustle because I know he works in construction. He's got a family. And I used to work in construction. So I understand, if you're going to spend 8, 9, maybe even 10 hours out in the hot sun, freaking framing or whatever it is you do. Yeah, you want to be well rested. You don't want to be like showing up to work half asleep, right? That's just not a good idea at all, right? I am proud to say that he personally invited me to his house and said that if I ever show up, he will throw a roast on the smoker and we will talk gaming and eat some nice roast smoked whatever pork and talk some D&D and bullshit around. Yes, I am aware that he is Venger Satanus, and you would think that would be like my kryptonite, but it's not. And he and I have gotten into it a few times in the past before I came to just be like, okay, whatever. Because I would kind of make fun of him and be like, really, dude, you're claiming to worship Cthulhu. What's wrong with you, right? But at some point I realized that, and I've told him a million times, you should just become Orthodox, man. I mean, you've got the personality for it. I mean, when you talk, all those leftists, I forget what convention it was, accused you of being, like a Christian fundamentalist, and which I thought was so funny. But anyway, so the real hardcore left leaning, like communist dudes, they already think that he's, a Christian fundamentalist. So I'm all like, you might as well just go all in on it, right? I am painting this car up as close as I can to the actual cop cars from the first Mad Max. Granted, there's a lot of stuff going on. It's got fuel tanks and metal on it and stuff like that. But yeah, I wanted to paint one because I got two of them. So I wanted to paint one up like a before, when it was just the blue and yellow cop car. Of course, I'm doing my own thing with it. And then I'm going to paint the other one up in like a really ratty, like German black gray with like chips and shit like that in it and rust and stuff. So you'll have like the original and then the actual V8 Interceptor. The last of the V8 Interceptors. Right? And by the last of the V8 Interceptors, as I've said a billion times, they mean Ford Falcon V8, which was only ever available in Australia. Yeah. Here's the thing. I don't even know why he named himself Satanus, because for like the last 20 years, he's claimed to be the high prince or the high priest of Cthulhu. And like the great old one, Cthulhu, who isn't even a deity, he's just a very powerful alien, doesn't have anything to do with, some red-skinned, horned, bifurcated-tailed, fallen angel. It's not even in the same neighborhood, right? So, now the Venger thing, yeah, everybody gets that, man. Like me, when he was a kid, he watched the Dungeons and Dragons cartoon. And he thought, yeah, Avenger, And I'm like, okay, that's fine. I mean, Venger was a cool bad guy. I mean, honestly, Eric was always my favorite, but hey, different strokes for different folks or whatever, right? But yeah, Eric was always my favorite. And if you ever watch the old D&D cartoons, I challenge you right now to your face. I challenge you. Watch who saves the group like every time when it really comes down to it. It's not Hank. It's not Diana. It's not Sheila. It's not Bobby. It's not Presto, whose real name is like Eugene. No, it's Eric. That's kind of the thing about the writing of the D&D cartoon. Eric is like the big guy that pretends to be a chicken and runs and screams and acts like a fool. But every time it comes down to the group actually getting TPK'd, Eric saves the day. And, apparently the guys who wrote Red Dwarf also arrived at that. Because if you ever watch old school Red Dwarf, like when it was really good, the first, say, 5, 6, 7 seasons, every time shit really hits the fan and it looks like the crew of the dwarf are going to die, Rimmer saves them. Not Lister, Rimmer. And yeah, that's just how it is. Now, these are not Ford Falcon V8 Interceptors. These are Ford Mustang Fastbacks, which are almost the exact identical thing, except the front is different. But otherwise, they're the same damn car, really. But for some reason, in Australia, they wanted to call it something else and make the front look a little bit different. Kind of like, and I've said this before, so I know some of you have heard it, and I'm sorry I'm boring you. But like when the Chevy Nova came out, they started trying to sell them in Spanish-speaking countries. They renamed it because Nova in Spanish means won't go, doesn't go, And I mean, come on, you're trying to sell a Chevy with a V8 350 big block in it, and it's named and won't go or no go. Nah, that's not going to work, man. So you got to give it a name that's badass. And I don't remember what they called them, but yeah. And I only know what I know about the Chevy is because I had a guy in my game group years and years ago. And he was obsessed with the 71. It had to be a 71. It couldn't be any other year. It had to be a 71 Chevy Nova. And so every time he went out and wanted to buy a car, he always would buy a 1971 Chevy Nova with the 350 big block. And then he would rebuild it, and then he'd end up wrecking it or something. And then he would buy another one, and the process would start again. Of course, that dude, he's long gone and moved to Tennessee. Much like Death Angel's Shadow or whatever. Another guy that used to live down here that I knew about and everything, and we ran in the same kind of circle of friends, and moved to Tennessee. And then, of course, my brother, who woke up one day and decided, hey, I'm moving to Tennessee. It's like everybody's moving to freaking Tennessee over here, Not me, though. I want to move to Kentucky. And the reason is because that's where my mama is. And I'm a mama's boy. It's a true story, guys. Don't make fun of me too hard, but I am kind of a mama's boy. I love my mama and my papa. I'm very fortunate. I actually do have nothing but love and respect for my pater and mater familias. They're amazing, awesome people who've always had my back, even when I was, even when they should have just let me rot in my own freaking filth. They were there, and yeah. Even when they both thought I was a Nazi. That's a true story. Of course, he who laughs last, and maybe best. And basically, it was because when I converted to Orthodox Christianity, that shit did not go over super well in my family. Not with my pops at first, and definitely not with some of our extended family. I basically managed to get disowned by all of my relatives that live up in New York. Pretty much almost all of my Jewish relatives and friends disowned the shit out of me super quick. And then, of course, my pops was not happy about it either. But you guys know what happened there. He ended up converting. And you know what? They all disowned him too. And you know what? He didn't give a shit. He was like, I don't care. And that's what that is. But there was a little while before he started listening to me about things where he was like, oh my God, he was very verklempt about the whole situation. And it's kind of amazing that how things turned out. Now he teaches Sunday school at the church for the younger people. My mom teaches the adult Sunday school. Because, yes, while she's not a pastor, she can lead Bible study. That is a thing. Before anybody gets all like, what? No, she can never be a priest. She can never be a pastor. And she can never have authority over a man in the church. But she can lead a Bible study. I mean, we got nuns that do that. So, I wanted to correct that because I just watched an Andrew Wilson thing where like some ex-OnlyFans chick decided to start her own church and she was the pastor of the church and she was trying to argue with him about stuff and he was like, oh no. And I didn't want to imply that my mom had like some sort of authority in this church because she does not. But she volunteered to do the Bible study. And they love her Bible study. And boy, let me tell you, she lets them know how it is too. Like she'll roll in there and be like, Solomon was a pretty good king until he turned into an asshole. Well, she don't say that, but she just tells them the truth that's in the Bible. And they all love her because, she, like me, she doesn't pull punches about things when it's the truth. Or I should say, I'm like her. So pretty much, if you like listening to me talk, you would love listening to my mom talk because I'm basically just the male reflection of her, personality-wise and everything, Whereas Hungar is 100%. He is our pops clone, which is why it's so hilarious that our pops was all like, man, I'm so glad to be out to lunch with my son and Haas. And Hungar's like, what? They are so similar. I shit you not, guys. Hungar looks like him. Like when they go out, people think that they're brothers sometimes. You know what I mean? Because, when you got big gray beard and everything, all of a sudden people can't tell if you're 50 or 60 or 70. So, yeah, we've been out and I've had like waitresses be like, are those two brothers? And I'm like, well, no, he's my pop. And that's, my brother. And they're like, oh, okay, cool. Right. So anyway, I'm back on this. I decided to go ahead and do the the rims and the tires, which obviously when it's done, I'm going to age the shit out of it. I'm going to, or as they would say, I'm going to distress it. And that means I'm going to put chips on it, some rust here and there, and make it look like, you know, people have been keeping this thing running for like the last 100 years. Because if I ever do play this game, I want to set it exactly 100 years after the bombs or somewhere near that. That way, there's plenty of time for all the mutants and everything to have come about. The players they won't actually know everything about what happened. They'll just know what their grandparents told them, the ones that actually lived through the event. And so, you know, that'll leave a little bit more of a mystery to certain things. At least that's what I'm thinking. I could be absolutely, we'll see. I mean, it could be a complete failure. I could start running it and the players could like, I'll start throwing, you know, cabbage at me and be like, boo, boo on you, boo, get out of here, you suck, your game sucks. And I'd be like, oh, damn, okay. Oh, damn. Like, calm down, guys. Don't make me run. I got bunions. I don't actually have bunions, but that's a joke from Gonna Get You, Sucker, which is one of my favorite movies of all time. So, but Venger, getting back to the Venger thing, Venger is a good guy. And I've had his side. I've taken his side multiple times against multiple assholes. Now, does Venger think about me daily? Probably not. You know, I'm not a guy that he probably thinks about at all. And that's probably why I never seen him drop in or whatever, right? But I generally have his back. I mean, really the only thing him and I would ever disagree on is religion, because he worships a occipital, you know, alien priest that really doesn't care about anyone and just wants to destroy everything. And I am a Christian. However, Venger acts so much like a Christian, like I said earlier, that the hardcore leftists use that as an excuse to not allow him to go to one of their conventions, because, you know, they didn't want any, you know, Christian fundies at their convention. And, you know, so I had to defend Venger, but then I also had to be like, why are you discriminating against Christians, you know? And of course, it was the usual bullshit. I wasn't going to go to that convention anyway, so really I don't care. I don't even care because I was not going. But it is kind of an ass move, though, to have a convention and then specifically be all like, you know, this guy can't be a part of it, though. You know, like that's kind of a jerk move, I would think. Like, why would you be that way? And the fact of the matter is, I have no answer to that. No answer at all. I tell you this, if I were ever the guy that decided I'm going to start a convention, we'll call it James Con or something like that, like right off the bat, I think one of the first rules I would have is everyone has to respect everybody, and I don't want anyone arguing politics or any of that bullshit at the convention. And if you make it a point of being a pain in the ass, you will be dumped, you know? I would be like, we are here to play games. We are not here to argue about, you know, your TDS or whatever. As long as you keep that shit in check and you just want to play games, you are 100% welcome here all the time. And we will play games. But the second you start making it weird, you got to go. You got to go. But anyway, did the chat freeze up, or are you guys all just enamored by my dulcet tones, my amazing voice? Because I have been told multiple times I have a face for radio, and I chose to take that to mean that, I have a really good voice. Now, that might not be what they meant, but that's just how I'm taking it. You know what I mean? Because I don't want to, because if someone was just being mean, then the youngest got home from school. Oh, well, I don't know how young your youngest is, but still, all. I mean, my youngest is like getting on to 30 now. So, of course, people are always surprised about that. Sometimes they're like, wait, what? You got a 30 and then like a 32-year-old kid? And I'm like, well, when you start cranking those kids out at 19, that's what happens, When your first child's born and you're a 19-year-old, yep, that's how it works. And people are like, damn, that's awful young to have a kid, right? And I will tell you guys right now, no, not right. Perfect age to have a kid. If I had a kid like when I was in my 40s or something, I think I'd die. I ain't got the energy for all that shit. You know what I mean? But when you're 19 and 20 and whatever, oh my goodness. Oh, congrats to you. You got a little miniature helper, somebody that can help you with the minis and hang out. I had 2 daughters, no sons that I know of. And I'll tell you what, when they're young, they are the best. When they get older, they get a little bit more complicated, but not completely, out of pocket. You can still deal with them, but yeah, they when they get older, they get. Whereas my mom said she had boys and girls, obviously, or maybe not. And she said she, if given a choice, would always have had just boys because boys are just so much easier to raise. But, I put that on the fact that where we lived, yeah, we were easy to raise. You gave us a rifle and told us to go to the woods. We did, So it's like, not trying to cast any shade on my mom, but my brothers and me, we were out there raising ourselves. We were out there killing shit, cutting trees down, building fire, cooking whatever we killed over a campfire, just, running amok, doing whatever, right? Little break. Yeah, it's good to take breaks. Protect your lungs. You don't want to inhale that shit. Like I was giving the speech earlier, the lungs are the only organ that pretty much it's very difficult to heal. Like even a liver will regenerate. And if you got heart issues, man, a few cats or whatever later, you're fine as hell. You'll be fine. Better than you were probably, but man, you F your lungs up. There's no coming back from that. So I threw some yellow on the roof. Now, here's a question I'm going to ask you. Since this is a former cop car, I'm going to put it to you guys. Do you think I should paint the doors yellow as well? just to like break up the blue so that, and then of course I could always like have some kind of cop stuff on the doors, and if I do it yellow, then it'll be a lot easier if I use my paint pens, Now, what an Australian highway patrol car will be doing in an irradiated American wasteland, let's not think too hard on that one. That we'll just pretend that's not a thing, if you don't mind. Yeah. Whereas the other one is just a black Mustang fastback. I mean, shit. Come on. That's perfectly legit. It's not the model of car here that's the issue. It's the actual paint job because, I'm painting it up like the cars in Mad Max 1. So let me go ahead and paint the fuel cap silver. See, because the fuel cap on these is up on the back. You can barely see that silver thing. Lungs and kidneys. Yeah, man. Welcome, Hongar. The question I've asked everyone and no one's answered yet is, should I paint the doors yellow to match the roof? Because this is like going to be an ex-cop car. Actually, yeah, Now, I know that might not be like canon with Mad Max 1, but I mean, come on, guys. I don't always paint everything exactly. Like the superhero models I've painted up, I mean, I painted them bastards up all kinds of ways. So, at the stream.
There's my brother.
There is my brother.
What you doing, homie?
Me. What?
What are you up to?
You know what I'm up to. I'm painting this cop car. And I was asking if the doors should be painted yellow to match the roof or not.
Nah.
Leave them blue? Okay. What are you up to? It sounds like you're rattling around.
I'm making dinner.
Why this late?
I took a nap because I wasn't feeling good.
Yeah, that happens.
Didn't wake up until like 30 minutes ago.
Now what I'm going to do is along some of these edges here, I'm hitting it. You can see how I'm dappling some black on, and only around edges, right? Because after the black is dried, I'll dapple metallic on, and then after the metallic has dried, I'll dapple some rust on. And that'll make it look a little bit, well, like it should be. Like it's 100-year-old car that's, been kept together and it's got some issues. Of course, maybe the players, if they go into like an abandoned Automart store, they might find some Bondo, a couple of rattle cans, at which point they can be like, shit, man, let's fix her up, right? Yeah, that'll be enough for that one. Yeah. Then his blue and yellow gets wrecked and he goes back and in the garage they've got the actual Ford Falcon. There he is, last of the V8 Interceptors. And then he hits the road with that bitch. And then, of course, Mad Max 2 starts out with him being chased by Wes and, crew. And he's got the frickin' it's not afterburner. It's, what's it called? He's got it going. The blower's going and everything. Boom. Yeah. And he's like, Great music too in the new one. What's up, RPG Dad? Because I mean, you come into the panning scene, which I know I'm always glazing that scene because it's such a great scene. But you pan in from the distance to the cars, and you see the freaking the turbo is whipping, right? But then the supercharger, right? And then you see the fuel tank start going ding, 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 ding. And so he turns it off, and the dog jumps in the back, and Wes is like right behind him and shit. I mean, hey, right is right. Don't matter who's first. You're both right. And in my book, you're both right. So you're equally awesome. And then yeah, that is such a great opening to the movie. I mean, all the narration is cool, you know, the whole man began to feed on man and all that shit. Yeah, that's cool. But yeah, Hungar was trying to make his dinner and then got some internet problems like usual. But just when it starts and you hear the horn, I don't know which instrument it is, but you know, it's doing that dun dun bah, bah, you know, and you can hear the cars. I mean, what? I mean, I love that scene because it grabs you right by the short and curlies. Like within the first couple minutes of the movie, you know, you're invested. You're like, you're sitting there like, I want to know what's getting ready to go on now. I mean, you know, I've literally seen 1 minute of actual footage, and now I'm like, holy shit, you know, what's going on here? I mean, you can argue, and you could be right to argue that the first Mad Max was a better written movie, but the second one was a better action movie, you know. Me, I don't know if I'd make that argument. I'm just saying I know some people have. So, and hey, they're welcome to their opinions, right? Yeah, in Mad Max, the war hadn't started yet. It's just that a bunch of idiots have taken over everything, and the government has proven itself to be basically unable to enforce law. You know, it's almost as if we got that kind of shit going on here right now. But hey, I don't want to get too into that, but I had to say something, you know. It's like, if the cops won't enforce the law, then what are the average people supposed to do, man? They just become freaking, you know, chalk outlines basically waiting to happen. And then in the second one, the nuclear war happens, the big war happens, and it becomes like all about everybody's dead pretty much, and you need gas, which again, cool concept. But yeah, the first one was maybe a better written movie. And of course, everyone, I don't care, everyone who's seen it will have like when they run his wife and kid over with the motorcycle, that shit will stick in your brain, you know. You're just like, ah, you bastards. But that's what makes it so satisfying when Max hunts them down and you know, kills them. You know, basically. I had the 2 and 3 on VHS as a kid. Didn't see the. Oh man, I remember watching the first one with my grandma once, because my grandma, she always believed, she had a saying, right? Like, you spend time on the things that are important, right? So I wanted to watch this movie, and rather than being like whatever about it, she's like, fine, I'm going to watch it with you. And I was a kid, but that was my grandma. Like I've told you guys, I would come home from school and we'd watch the Smurfs. Um, you know, now I doubt my grandma gave a shit about Gargamel or any of those Smurfs. I love you too, brother. But what she did give a shit about was, you know, her grandchildren. And at the end of the first Mad Max movie, she looked at me and she says, I'll never forget this, even though she's been passed forever ago. And she looks me right in the face and she says, sweetheart, I have never seen a movie that made me tired when it was over. And I was like, what do you mean? And she's like, I feel like I've been running the whole time. And I was like, well, yeah, I must have got your freaking adrenaline going, right? Because I mean, just everything going on, right? She was literally worn out. That movie wore her out. She was like literally physically tired. You know, she's like, man, you know, and I was like, yeah, she liked the movie though, or at least she told me she did. I mean, you know, I would never like, I love my grandmother, but is she necessarily above telling me she liked something she actually didn't like, but she just wanted me to be happy about it? No, no, she's not above that. She might do that. So I like three too. I mean, now Bear points out that it should have been cut and made into like two different movies, and maybe that would have been way better. I kind of agree with him on that one. Like the whole Barter Town could have been part 3, and then the one with the kids could have been part 4, you know, and they could have found a way to link it all, you know, with Max. But hey, whatever. I mean, just because they're old don't mean they ain't got a sense of humor, right? RPG Dad. I mean, my grandma lived through a depression, crippling poverty in Appalachia. She gave birth to like 11 children. 8 survived because I think the story I heard is her and my grandfather's blood type were not compatible. But this, of course, was before they knew about that, really. And so some of her children, when they would be born, they would be attacked by the blood. You know what I mean? That's why back in the old days, they used to actually, in a lot of places, if you wanted to get married, you had to get a blood test, you know, to get married. But apparently not in, you know, that part of Appalachia. Right. So, yeah. So, 3 of her children died shortly after being born because of how that works. So she lived through all of that. Then she lived through nosy liberal people from the city coming into Appalachia and trying to explain birth control and shit to her, and all of that. And she ran them off. She told the city lady that come down there trying to explain, you know, why they shouldn't have so many children, etc. She told that lady, she said, I love every single one of my children dearly. I wouldn't give a single one of them up, and I would appreciate it if you get off this property right now. And the lady took off because, you know, she was a city lady and she thought she would go out to the benighted hillbillies and, you know, be their savior, explain to them stuff. And what she didn't understand is when hillbillies have huge families, it's because they want to. You know what I mean? It's not like somebody's forcing it on you. You know, my grandmother, like she said, she loved every single one of her 8 children and wouldn't trade not a one of them for anything. So, yeah, there was a time, I guess, in the 50s and 60s when the government thought it could get involved in like this weird eugenics type thing where they're trying to, you know, control who had what children and whatnot. I think they got sued for it at one point, but I don't remember exactly the details. But pretty sure the U.S. government got sued because they actually sterilized a woman because they said her IQ was so low and they didn't want her to have children. And yeah, she ended up suing the shit out of them on that one. So yeah, there's some weird shit in America's past, man. I mean, not that I don't love my country. I still love my country and think it's the best country ever, but I'll tell you what, some of the shit they got into in the old days when the socialists run things, like under FDR and shit like that. Yeah, it was they got into some weird ass shit that, you know, one of 10 boys, geesh. Your great grandfather married a woman who was all about cranking out sons. Since from what I've been told, I don't know if it's true, the woman is the one that affects, you know, the sex of the child. See, my first wife was a girl producer because that's just, I had a bunch of daughters. And I guess my mom was in the middle of that road because she had sons and daughters. So did my grandma, though, too. I mean, she had just about as many daughters as she did sons, if I think about it. Kim. She had 3 daughters and 5 sons that lived. So, yeah. But she was a great lady. I'll tell you that. She was a great lady. And I miss her. One of the reasons I miss her, and I'm just rambling, and if you guys want to talk about anything else, feel free to mention it. But one of the main reasons I miss my grandma since she passed like 20 years ago is because when my grandmother was alive, my family was constantly getting together to do like family stuff together because grandma just, that was how it was going to be. And she was definitely the matriarch. You know what I mean? Oh, no middle names. Wow. So grandma would be like, hey, we're doing Easter dinner. And that meant everyone showed up with all the kids. And we would have like fold out tables in the backyard, and it would be like buffet style or whatever, you know. And as soon as she passed, our family just, you know, like I sometimes, some of you have probably heard me complain that I literally have relatives that live within a mile of me that I never see. And yeah, I'll take a little bit of the blame. I mean, maybe I should go to their house. But here's the thing, I don't go to anybody's house if I'm not invited. You know what I mean? I'm not just going to pop in at somebody's house and be like, hey, I'm here. You know, no, I don't. I just will not do that. So, you know, my grandma truly bound our family together. You know, if she said, you know, we're having Christmas dinner, Thanksgiving, whatever. If she said we were doing some family event, you damn well knew it. And you better show up because you did not F around with my grandma. Even though she never weighed more than like 90 pounds her whole life. You know, she's real thin, but she was not to be messed with. I mean, like she worked, and everyone she worked with was like, you know, these big black women because she worked at Disney as a housekeeper, and not one of them would ever say a cross word to her. And it was because they all knew she had a 38 snub nose in her purse. And might be obliged to use it if you ran too much of you ran your gator too much. You know what I mean? So everybody knew Grandma got respect because she might put a slug in your ass, Mr. Postman. Like one time, my uncle stabbed a guy a bunch of times down the block. And when the cops showed up, they arrested my grandma because they thought she did it. And then, of course, because they arrested my grandma, the whole thing ended up getting thrown out. So, you know, my uncle walked on that one. But that's the uncle I tell you guys that, man, he loved me so much. He'd do anything for me, right? He'd take me out. We'd go fishing. Just the nicest guy ever, right? But you get him a little bit drunk and he'd knife the shit out of someone. You know what I'm saying? Like in the course of his life before he eventually passed, I can think of 4 distinct people he knifed the shit out of, you know. But no one died. I mean, because he was using like a little case sodbuster. And he'd just stab him in the guts a bunch of times and then be on his way, you know. So yeah. He was a really little guy too. Hey, Cow, what is up? Your paint jobs have been amazing. I need to take some pictures of the stuff I've been working on. Like this right here. It's a beat up, getting ready to get some rust effects highway patrol car from like Mad Max. And then I need to do the yellow, fix the yellow, but this is a Wolfhound Scout Titan, which is so stupid. Scout Titan. This thing's 100 feet tall at least. The F is it scouting? Like every time it takes a step, anyone within 50 miles would feel the ground shake. And yet, see, they need to call it a, I don't know, a light Titan, a little baby Titan, not Scout though. There's no way that thing's scouting. I have to assume even in 40K, if they really wanted to scout out enemy positions, they would do like we do now and send like Cav Scout, like out in like a vehicle to creep around and look around and, you know, see what's up and then haul ass. Yeah, I'm working on it. I've got 3 more because the box set comes with 2 Titans and I bought 2 boxes because that's kind of a thing me and my brother always do. Anytime we buy a core box for like a Warhammer game that we like, we typically buy 2 core boxes. And you know, which is good because the core boxes are kind of loss leaders for Games Workshop. Not always, but you know, a lot of them are. And what that means is you tend to get a higher value of product in a core box. Why isn't that Titan in the new D&D art? Oh, I don't know. Right? You kind of feel like maybe it should be. I mean, everything else is there, so why not? You know? I've been painting up a bunch of figures of the one species race, whatever, that got Wizards of the Coast in so much trouble a couple years ago. Of course, they call them what? Haraze or some shit like that. Haraze. I call them Yuzarians because they're Yuzarians. But, you know, like what? This guy should be like, I don't know. Maybe I should get some green stuff and mold a slave collar on him and give him a banjo or something. I don't know. I mean, that's the Games Workshop way, you know. Not that there's anything wrong with banjos. I mean, my Granny Hall could play a banjo like it was her profession to do so. You know what I mean? She was great with a banjo. She's a little old lady, and she could bust that banjo out off of the frickin' wall and just You know, it was like freaking Rocky Mountain, you know, hoedown or some shit. She just be going with it. And my grandpa on that side of the family was the same way. He was naturally talented. He could, if it had strings and frets, he could play it. And if it didn't have frets, like a zither, he could still play it. I got zero musical talent. But my great grandma and my grandpa, man. Well, he's got albums out. Morris and the Hallelujahs. I don't know if you'll ever be able to find them, but they put out a number of albums back in the glorious before times. Yeah, Hadozi. I wonder why. Somebody could explain this to me, maybe. Why did they call them Hadozi and not just call them Yazarians? I mean, it would literally have changed nothing. If anything, it would just kept some continuity. It's like, why would you call the Drowsites plasmoids? That's stupid. Plasmoid. I mean, like, hi, I'm a plasmoid. That makes no sense. No race would call themselves a plasmoid. So why not just leave the Hadozi as Yazarians and the plasmoids as Drowsites? And the Drowsites are from, you know, their own little, you know, rock floating around in the astral sea or whatever. And the Yazarians are from their own little rock. I mean, because stat-wise, they're exactly the same thing. Don't know, don't care. See, I care deeply about these things. But that's because I'm a Star Frontiers player, fanatic. You know what I mean? And have been for like a very long time. So it's like, if you're going to take an alien race from a drowsy, well, to be fair, I never did like the space D&D stuff, even when it was released with second edition AD&D. And I especially didn't like the newer stuff either. So I mean, we're on board there. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm 100% with you on that. Spelljammer has always been lame. I still have an actual original set, but I never pull it out except sometimes when I'm feeling nostalgic, because I got all of the books from DriveThruRPG. So when we game, that's what we use, because, you know, if something happens and one of those books ever got destroyed, it wouldn't matter because they're available relatively inexpensively on DriveThruRPG. And so there you go. However, a great substitute is Frontier Space, which is basically I don't know. I wish that okay, we're going to take Starfront, simpler and more modern. Made a game that's way simpler and like, instead of having to have PS, your choice, and they can be like in more skills, and you know, and the skills work the same way. It's basically they add to your ability to do something, which is based on your attribute. So, and it's actually half of your attribute. So if your dex is 30, then your base chance to hit something with ranged attacks is, or if your dex is 60, your base chance to hit with a range attack is 30, but every level of whatever you got is plus 10. So if you've got like pistol 5, then now you've got an 80% chance to whack somebody with a pistol. So yeah, you know, which is exactly how Star Frontiers works too, except like I said, the whole PSAs versus no PSAs, and another good thing that Frontier Space does is they give you the option to take certain background abilities that allow you to start the game with more than 2 skills. But I mean, of course, that means you'd be missing out on some other thing you might want. So, because I mean, one of the choices could be you get to start the game with like a really cool, expensive weapon, or you get to start the game with a robot companion. So, yeah. Am I lagging? I mean, I wouldn't doubt it because the AWS attack has been, playing havoc with everyone. Okay, so, but luckily, Restream is back up. Now I'm going to grab my AK Interactive Light Rust. And we're going to throw a little bit of rust on this bad boy. This is one of those situations where less is more, I mean, it would be easy for me to just go wild and paint the whole damn thing rusty. And, in some circumstances that might be cool, but not always. Not always. And you never want to paint this stuff on. You always want to kind of dapple it on so that it looks like rough, kind of, And the other thing is you don't want to cover all of the silver. Because, I mean, the whole point of the black, then silver, then the rust is so that you have a layered effect and it looks like, believable. If you cover any of it up entirely, then you've defeated your own freaking purpose there. And like I said, if you're ever doing rust on a vehicle like this, just think in your mind, where would the rust be? Probably on the hood and probably the lower part of the car that's closest to the ground, because that's just how it seems to work out. So, yeah. I mean, and just try to do a little bit because, like I said, rust effects, if you're not careful, they can get away from you quick, and then you will not be pleased. You know what I mean? You'll be like, well, damn, that sucks. So there it is with some rust effects on it. Let me hold it up so you can see what I'm talking about. Didn't put a ton on. Just, a couple places around the bottom and stuff like that. The one from the tire going up probably should have just been around the top of the wheel well. So, yeah, around the wheel well, that's always, I mean, you can see modern vehicles driving around today and the freaking wheel wells are rotting out of them. That was a huge problem with like Chevy trucks for the longest time. And as a guy who owned a Chevy full-size truck, a Silverado, yeah, I know all about that. You know what I mean? The wheel wells rotting out of the damn things. And no, I'm not one of those guys that talk shit about Fords or I'm not particularly loyal to any brand of truck. I'm just the guy that I changed up and put the rust around the wheel well. That looks a lot better. That looks a lot more believable, you know. Um, I'm just the guy that happened to get a Chevy Silverado at a good deal. And that's what I was loyal to. The fact that I freaking got a truck, full-sized V8 Chevy truck at a very affordable price, free. And you know, yeah. Now, what needs to happen with the metallic part around the windows is I need to grab my black shade, which I have some Vallejo wash right here. This Vallejo game color wash, black. And I need to put just a little bit out there and then run it over the metal grates and stuff to darken that down a little bit. Yeah, I do love myself some Vallejo or Vallejo. I mean, I know it's Spain from Spain, so the two L's are probably a Y, and the J at the end is probably supposed to be pronounced an H. But you know, I'm a hillbilly, so I mispronounce English words, so people can't really hold me too accountable for mispronouncing Spanish words, you know. Bear's always correcting my English, and I always tell him, look, man, I am a product of Appalachia. We speak our own language. Leave me alone. Well, I don't say leave me alone because, you know, what I do is I try to troll him into doing the Jesse Ventura voice for me because hearing Bear do the Jesse Ventura voice absolutely makes me giggle like a child. It's really my weakness. Don't tell Bear about it because I don't want him taking advantage of it. You know what I mean? The rest of the paint looks too good. Well, maybe it needs some more distress. Uh, you're right. Over time, they would definitely get lighter. The especially the roof and the hood. You know, anywhere the sun hit them directly, they would be like, you know. And this is supposed to represent a car that's around 100 years old and has just been kept on the road through sheer will and scavenging parts. You know what I mean? So you are right. I may have to, uh, when I'm doing other distress work on it, lighten up that freaking hood. Um, I've got a police siren that I need to put on the roof at some point, and then I'll also have to, you know, put some police decal work on the side of it, maybe, or maybe not, because maybe somebody peeled that shit off, or you know, it's long gone. Don't worry about it. You know, I don't know how long, you know, decals would stay on a car. I don't know if they'd stay 100 years, but this is all part of my huge concept for running Ashes Without Number. That's what this is. This car right here could end up being one of the player characters' cars. If they show up that night and they have car keys in their pockets. Because that's the yeah, I remember I had an old Volkswagen bus, and it was totally freaking just rust here and there, and I had to repair it, fiberglass and all that, and I ended up painting that thing with rattle cans. It was like forest green. And the cover on the front that held the spare tire, I painted a smiley face on it. Tell you what, I loved that bus. That was a great bus. It had the pop up, the pop top, and the back seat turned into a queen size bed or whatever, a double at least, and had a refrigerator. I mean, yeah, that was a fun thing to own when you're like 20 something, especially 20 something and single. And you've got, your, hey, you want to go to the beach and stay the night with me, bus? Good times. Good times. I used to, it had all the cabinets in the back, keep blankets and pillows and everything in the cabinets. Because, I mean, you want to be comfortable, right? Even if you're just going to the beach to fish. Because your boy does not like freshwater fishing that much, even though I've done my share of it. However, I love going to the ocean fishing. That is like one of my favorite things is, doing a little surf fishing, seeing what you can pull up. And where we used to go, Hungar and I, man, every now and then you might pull up a hammerhead. I mean, usually you're just going to pull up hardhead catfish and maybe some whiting, but I mean, hammerhead was definitely a thing that happened a couple times. Not gigantic ones, like 5 foot hammerhead. And yeah. Good times. Those were some good times. And then if you get super tired, man, just go where we parked the bus by the bathroom area. Just go climb in the bus and lock it. And it had rings built on the inside where you could hang cots. And, you pop the ceiling and there was rings there to hang a cot. I mean, I think that thing would have slept, I don't know, maybe 8 people if you had all the cots. And it's you I can't replace. Long for you. There was rings there to hang.
What's up, man?
No, I can hear my wife. She's watching something on TV in the other room, and it started playing The Police.
Gotcha.
So, I mean, I had to sing along because
Great band.
Simplicity is one of the greatest albums of all time.
It's a good album, but I prefer all the other albums up to that. I think it was the weakest of their albums.
You would. Now, my favorite Police song is probably The King of Pain.
Really?
Yeah.
Mine's No Time This Time off, I believe, Regatta de Blanc. I think it's the last song on the album. Although I could see how one could argue that the first album was weaker than the next 3 albums.
Well, I can't see it, but I don't care. That's just that's just like your opinion, man.
Sure.
To quote the one who abides.
Uh-huh.
You remember The Big Lebowski?
Oh yeah.
Dude said something. He's just like, dude, that's just like your opinion, man. You know.
Okay, now let's get your opinion on this.
That looks like the Headless Horseman getting ready to chuck a pumpkin at something.
It absolutely is. This is my submission for our friend Brian over at Weird World War II's Halloween Weird World War II challenge. Just one mini this time. That's all he's asking for. So that's what I'm doing. And I'm
cool dude. It's too bad our interests are so divergent.
Right. Well, I mean, if you You take out the WW2 stuff, you guys have everything else in common, I think.
Yeah.
Well, okay, a couple other things, but when it comes to the hobby, you guys are both.
Yeah, I'm
into
talking about the
superheroes.
hobby. I'm not talking about anything,
Yeah, yeah.
extra to that. Yeah, our interests are
What's
just
up, Cal?
different. He likes the Weird War II, whatever, and
Mhm.
time to check the mailbox. Damn, Cal. Oh yeah, you're 3 hours behind me. So okay.
Yeah, it's not even 6 here. But I'm only gonna
Ooh.
do the bare minimum on this one because I'm gonna do mostly highlights in this. Check it out. It's called Alien Goo. It's kind of a neon lime green. Not really
So you
lime.
want him to look like ethereal and
Yeah,
ghostly?
exactly. Except for the pumpkin, which I'm going to do in orange, of course. I'll do like the straps on the horse, but for the most part, I want it to look, yeah, very ghostly. I'm not sure if I should use this other color. Let me get your opinion on
If I had a headless horseman miniature, I already know what I would do.
it. What's that?
I would watch the Sleepy Hollow that came out like 10 years ago or so, and I
With
would
Johnny Depp.
look like Christopher Walken.
So, which of the colors do you think is more ghostly, the bluish or the greenish?
Probably the bluish.
You think so? Okay.
Probably, but don't take my opinion.
Well,
Paint it the way
it's
you
called
want.
it's a Reaper Phantasmal Glow. No, Phantom Glow, but whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll try that. And I could always go over that with the green because
Dude,
I'm
you're
not.
putting too much pressure on me. I can't be held responsible for how you paint your miniatures, man.
Yeah, I use them both a lot. These two colors a lot for ghostly things, and it really depends on what your look you're going for. I also have this other headless horseman. Check this out. It's
Oh,
all
that
clear.
they just
Yeah, it's just clear plastic.
molded in the plastic, right?
Yeah, yeah.
I like
And
when they do that. It makes it a lot easier. You can just
oh,
be
tell me about it. I've got to check this out. I haven't assembled it yet, but I've got this. It's upside down. It's a gelatinous cube miniature,
right.
and it's all
It's already made out of the gelatinous cubey looking plastic.
color. Yeah, and
I
they
like how
released.
you can open it up too. I've seen that one. That's so you can put players in it or skeletons.
No, it's actually hollow, so you can
You
literally
just
put it.
drop it on top of them.
Yep, yep. Cal's
Be
got
like,
one of
yep.
these, but the thing is they when they molded it, they molded like a floating skeleton and some other details that you really can't paint properly, because I tried doing the reverse, like wash first and then paint it, like on the inside, so it would look like how you painted it if it was really, a miniature. But you're gonna just have to paint the outside look, and it's gonna ruin the clear plastic effect
The whole clear plastic. Yeah.
unless I just leave it unpainted and just glue it together and just go, okay, I'm done. Because they overthought it, and Cal and I were talking about it. The skeleton's like built on the, molded on the inside of the plastic, and you just can't do anything to make it look right. Or maybe Cal figured it out, but it's been sitting on my shelf here for 2
I
months
wish
because
I
I
knew where they were. I have a bunch of those flaming skeletons that came in one of the D&D random box sets, where you buy
okay.
monsters. And I figured out a way to paint them without, like, I carefully just painted the skeleton, but left the clear part of it clear.
Mhm.
And in the end, it ended up looking really good, because you had like the clear flames shooting off of him, but the bones were bone colored. So
Yeah, we
I was
actually
really
found
happy. I was happy with that.
way back in the early beginning of the channel here. My son and I figured out a way to make fire and things like that with hot glue guns. Just make it out of hot glue, and we made some crystal things, and we made some
I
water,
remember.
and it with a little bit, just a little bit of of like orange and yellow inks or green inks, depending on whether it's slime or fire or ice. It turned out pretty good, but the clear plastic, uh, the
I remember
professional.
when you were making figures for like John Carter of Mars, or I think.
Oh yeah, I've got those all right up here. I'm getting
Yeah,
ready to order some more from Bronze Age
you were
miniatures
working
because
on some stuff.
they're
Yeah.
they're the absolute pinnacle of metal miniatures, in my opinion.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I personally don't like metal
Yeah,
because
a lot of people are not fans. I like it because of all the elemental damage that can be done. It takes some pretty, I mean, you're going to lose your house, along with everything else to ruin those. But water, or a little bit of heat, especially with 3D printed miniatures like this, can just ruin a collection.
my issue with metal is that I mod shit. You know what I
Sure,
mean?
yeah, I
And
agree. I mean,
metal
come on,
is
you know
just
that.
so much more difficult to freaking, deal with.
Hmm.
If I want to do like a weapon swap on a freaking orc, I don't want, Now, do I have the saw? Yes, I have the little super fine saw to cut metal. But I mean, it's not what I want to do with my
Yeah,
life.
it
I
was
want to be
easier with
able to do
lead
it
back in the
quick.
day when metal minis were made out of lead. It's a softer, easier metal to work with. But
Oh yeah.
the
It'll
stuff they're
also
using now,
it also make you crazy and make your kids have like birth defects too, though.
hey, Jackie turned out just fine.
Well, I assume you weren't eating it,
No, I wasn't. Well, a little,
right?
but I broke myself of that habit. What's this
And once
tourist
you
drama
put
on
primer
Twitter?
and paint on it, it doesn't matter anyway. It's
Yeah.
good. It's silver.
Uh, Coochie, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Coochie coo.
Rock and roll?
What is the tourist drama on Twitter? I haven't been on Twitter. Are you talking about though with like Warhammer? Where what I mean, tourist can mean a lot of stuff. It can mean Warhammer. It can mean D&D players that are just around to claim to be part of the community but aren't. I mean, or maybe it could be a bunch of Rob Kurtz is a tourist. You got Kuntz or Kuntz. Let's say Kuntz because apparently people get a little weird if you call him Rob Kuntz. Is a tourist.
What? Why do you say that?
No, he said that's what they're saying.
Oh, I mean, he's been in the business forever.
Yep, he was like 15 years old and he hung out around Gary's house and eventually Gary gave him a job.
Yeah, you don't get,
He was like the annoying kid down the block that was just always hanging out.
who here amongst us wouldn't wish to have been that kid for at least a little while.
Yeah, for real.
I mean,
I would have been about the same age as Luke. We'd have been hanging out. We've been playing some D&D. I'd be teaching him rules on how to deal with things when people F with your family.
yeah,
He'd be helping me out with getting my biceps, like 80 inches around like his are. See, it could have been beautiful, but, whatever.
wasn't meant to be.
What meant to be? I was meant to be from Appalachia, and I wouldn't change it because,
Then your children would be born.
Well, no, my kids would always going to be born. I mean, there's just things that are going to happen, right?
Yeah, but things would be so different. That whole,
No,
butterfly
no.
effect and stuff
God
like that.
decreed that I was going to have kids, and I did.
Sure.
It don't matter how I went about it. Eventually, it's just going to happen. But the reason I wouldn't trade being from Appalachia is because, let's be honest, Appalachians are the best Americans ever. We're just better than the rest of you. That's all.
I'm going to refer to your previous statement,
Which is,
That's just your opinion.
That's just like your opinion, dude.
Yeah.
And you know what my response to that would be? You're right. You're
But
100% right. I can't prove it. I have no hard evidence or facts to say that Appalachian people are better than anyone else, even Northern Georgians. But having grown up in Appalachia, that's just how I feel. And
sure.
even though I've said this a million times, I love Florida. Florida's been great to me. But my heart and home will always be the mountains. That's just it, of Appalachia.
So there's that color.
It looks good. I like it.
Yeah,
I
all I did
mean,
was a zenithal white over black, and then a dry brush of this phantom glow. And
yeah, I mean that looks ghostly.
I'm
If
gonna
you
I'm
were
gonna do a
going for
little bit of
ghostly,
picking
well,
out
you
some.
nailed it. That does look ethereal and
I want to shout out this company too. Do I have the thing? Because they're on Etsy and they 3D print. You know, they just sell 3D printed minis. But the guy's got a unique promotion. I thought that people like us, and I'll talk about it again tomorrow morning.
Etsy owns my soul sometimes.
Shit. Hold on a second. I'll be right back, folks.
Yep. Hello, Moto. That's what's going on with Shadow right now. He's going to be like, oh shit, it's the cops. Gotta go. Or it's like in one of the memes, one of his leather gay guys is calling to make sure, even though they didn't shoot today, he's still getting paid, right? Because I mean, you know, just because you didn't shoot the film, I mean, dude still showed up, right? So he still got to get paid, right? My camera keeps saying camera on, camera off, camera on. And yet on the screen, I can see the camera's just on. Stop making Florida man nervous about losing their crown. No, I can never do that. Florida man is Florida man. He is not the best, nor possibly the worst of us, but he exists in his own universe, you know? See, the reason Appalachian people are so proud is we survive everything. Like nothing can kill us out. You know what I mean? But then again, Florida man's about like that too. I mean, you know, once them bastards start stump jumping into the swamps, I mean, forget about it. You're not going to get them out of there. At that point, if you were a cop, you just wait. Either an alligator or something will eat him, or he'll get bored and come back out trying to get to a store to get some old Milwaukee or something. Or meth. So, yeah. But, yeah, don't chase them into those swamps because you ain't going to catch them. Just a waste of your time. But then again, Kyle, you live in Northern California, which is basically hillbilly center of the freaking West Coast. So I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, I know about Northern California, you freaking hillbillies. Or mountain billies, because, I mean, you guys got some big-ass mountains. Appalachia, even though it's a mountain chain, it's so old that it's kind of got wore down. So it's not even a comparison to the Rockies or Sierra Nevada or any of that. Because those are young mountain ranges. That's why they're still so spiky looking. But the Appalachian Mountains are like literally billions of years old. Yeah, right. It's like that's Florida man. If you ever get a phone call, Florida man is going. You answer phone, and Florida man's going to say, "Look, I have a particular set of skills that involves stripping copper out of trailers and shaving cats. I'm going to need you to leave, you know, a 24 pack of Old Milwaukee's Best out, or else we're going to have a problem. You know, and then you pay your dues, right? You leave a 24 pack of Old Milwaukee's Best out for Florida Man, and he leaves you alone, and your cat don't get its head shaved like a freaking medieval monk, and everything's good, man. And maybe he goes back to Okeechobee and leaves the rest of Florida alone and spends his days hunting down green anacondas or something. Because someone's got to do it. It won't be me. Because I've seen the YouTube videos of those maniacs wading through the swamps waist deep, looking for freaking green anacondas, knowing that the green anaconda can get up to like 350 pounds and like 20 plus feet long. Like, I'm not doing that. I mean, I'm not a cowardly man by any means. I have done some incredibly, insanely brave shit. But I'm just not wading through a swamp looking for an anaconda. Yeah, the wonderful wild and woolly whites of West Virginia, a bunch of freaking meth heads. And every one of them in that family is drawn like SSI. By the time they're 15, they're drawn at SSI. They're on so many freaking government mandated drugs, plus the meth. And it's like people act like they're like proud of them. And I'm all like, look, if I had my way, they'd be rounded up and shot. But, you know, that's just my way. That's just my way. I'm not inciting violence. I'm not calling for violence. But they make every other hillbilly just look terrible. And I don't like that. You know? One thing my parents and grandparents were always, okay, I got Candy Graham. That's Shallon's son, though. So yeah. He's already in the chat. One thing, though, that people in my part of Appalachia are super proud of is none of them are on welfare. None of them take a damn dime of anything from the government. Don't want it. Keep it to yourself. No matter how poor we were not taking any assistance at all from any damn body, except maybe church or, you know, neighbors and shit like that. But as far as we were concerned, where I'm from, the government could just F itself right out of existence. We didn't want anything from them. And those guys, their whole family for like 5 generations has only existed because of welfare. They're a damn insult to Appalachians. Them Duke boys escaped into the swamp. Boss Hog says, get the bloodhounds, boys. The Dukes, they were in like Georgia. Because there is a Hazard County, Kentucky, certainly. But there's Hazard County, Georgia. And the Duke boys were definitely in Georgia. Because, yeah, they tried all that yeehaw jumping around up in the mountains, and they'd end up dropping 300 feet down a holler. That'd be the end of those Duke boys, you know. Well, sure. I mean, half of the world's Scots-Irish, so they took her, baby. They're, yeah, there's like the one older sister, and she's kind of the boss of them. My next con, I'm going to try to convince everyone in Florida that I'm the king.
Sorry about that.
And like, I think if I could get enough people behind me to support me as king of Florida, then the government would be forced to accept that. That's not really a con. That's more of a political movement. King James the First, and I could also go by King James the Just. Wouldn't that be great? Unfortunately, since I only have daughters, I guess the line of the hereditary line would have to go to my first daughter's oldest son. Oh, my next convention? I haven't been to a convention in so long. It's like,
Sorry about that.
don't you ain't got to apologize.
Yeah, just
I mean, I've got Vic, and Vic really, really wants me to go to Dave Con, which I would like to, but then again, now my wife said that if I really, really want to, she would drive me to the airport and pick me up from the airport on this end.
that's
So
sweet.
that would be pretty good, right? Plus, it might give her more time to hang out with her boyfriend,
Sven.
right? That's why I said when she said that, and she's like, I don't need a boyfriend. I got you. And no, I know what would happen if I left. She would relax and hang out with the dog and not have to deal with my tomfoolery every day.
And she passed up on that.
No. She 100% was like, I will drive you to the airport. I don't have any problem.
I will drive you to the airport.
Because she trusts me. She knows I'm not going to get into any trouble. If I go to Dave Con, I'd just be hanging out with Vic. And that would be kind of all I'm doing. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh. See, I would get into trouble.
So, I mean, it's
I don't know
not
what
like
kind
I'd
of
get
trouble,
into
but I would get into
trouble.
trouble.
If she trusted me not to cheat on her when I was working as a firefighter, she damn well could trust me not to cheat on her at a gaming convention. Because as a firefighter, man, you'd have 19, 20-ish year old hotties just throw their number at you while you're walking around, you know?
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, I just ball those things up and throw them away.
Or slip them into your friend's pocket when they're not looking.
No, my friends had their own. I think me and my buddy Bill were the only people in my station that weren't like being unfaithful on our wives. But like I said the other day, it's okay though, because most of their wives were cheating on them too. So
Right.
that looks good too. Looks really good.
I actually added a little. I forgot I had this. I really love this.
Well, the link is there, Bear. So I don't know what your problem is.
Tesseract Glow from GW.
Gotcha.
It's a really. I wish that they had like 100 colors like this, but I haven't been and looked in a while.
See, I use Scorpion Green.
Okay, I remember that.
But I've also got the actual contrast color that you use to make like wraiths and shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's like ethereal something or other, or ghostly something or other.
Yeah, I got another color here that's kind of.
Oh, right here. It's the Briar Queen Chill color.
Believe it or not, I saw a really great technique.
Oh, there he is. I got you, Bear. I see you.
Pastel Seafoam is actually pretty nice. What's up, Bear?
Are you just like trying to get yourself another meme where they say you're gay? Pastel Seafoam. Oh, like,
hey,
dude, man.
The paint set came with 4 pastel
You're
colors.
just asking for it now, my friend. You're just asking for it
fuck.
now. I know you don't give a fuck. That's what makes it fun.
Yeah, I just saw all those memes earlier today, and I was laughing my ass off.
Oh my god, they're too funny.
Yeah, that's some mighty fine meme work.
I'm like, I don't think we should have hired these henchmen, and you're all like,
I should,
I
really
fabulous.
should, but I don't.
And then Bear's just chugging whiskey.
I'm really impressed.
No, and that one, Bear's like, why is this guy rubbing his ass on me? And the guy's kind of looking back like, hey. It's just like,
that's what he does. That's his gig.
Because we're too straight for D&D. That is just the new thing.
I'm okay with that.
We are too straight for D&D.
I was really impressed with his dedication to go back and look for just the right clips of us, with just the right facial expression.
Well, it's like I said,
work, man. That's some serious.
This dude watches every minute of every show.
Guy's
Clearly,
got talent, man. The guy's got talent too. Like I like his memes.
He would have to
They're
in
fun.
order to get everything he gets, and the references, like the one show where we talked about Peter Cushing, and then in the one
Thanks,
meme,
Cal.
who's in the meme? Peter Cushing. and you went off on Furlani, and the next thing you know, it's Imperatus Furlani.
Yes.
Because I noticed that some of the pictures were like that he clipped were pretty freaking old. Like, I mean, some of them could have been this year, but it looked like more likely they were last year or the year before. And I'm just like,
I don't think so.
you think they're more recent?
I think there's a blend. Like the rap video, that's me like 10 years ago.
Oh, okay.
When I'm wearing like the red took and I'm talking about eating more vag than cervical cancer.
Yeah, I saw that one. That one was kind of nasty. But
it's pretty nasty, yeah. But I mean,
what the hell are you
not
doing?
even nastier than Eazy-E.
James? What the?
I'm unbuttoning my damn pants.
Okay, that's what it looked like, but I just wanted to stop you before you gave us the full Monty. Just saying.
No, you can't see that. But you know what? These pants, I've had them on all day. They're starting to cut into my Dunlop over here. My little Dunlop. I don't like it.
I don't like it, sir. Not one bit. No, sir.
Not one bit. Wouldn't recommend it.
All right. Just didn't want another repeat of that incident on my.
You just didn't want to see a penis. Don't worry.
Yeah, you were traumatized by this, man. Like it's been 2 years. Let it go.
Who, me?
Yeah.
I was never traumatized. It was another guy who was incredibly traumatized.
More likely excited.
Ooh.
Yeah, mine is small and inoffensive, so I don't think you'd be worried about it.
I got nothing. Literally, I've got.
I get
that particular gentleman. His was neither small nor inoffensive.
Oh man, Michael Douglas says that sucks.
He's always.
He's had that for a while.
Yeah.
You get
Bear chugging syrup at the game table. That's why he's such a good DM.
What? What am I doing? Yeah.
Chugging syrup at the game
I
table.
get all antsy in the pantsy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, thank you for the kind words, Gucci. I don't like saying your name unless I go Gucci, 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 Goo, like Charo.
Whatever happened to Charo?
Her tits exploded. I don't know.
She was fun.
She popped up on that 70s show once.
Internet issues.
I'm glad she disappeared when she did, because I can imagine her being kind of terrifying now. You know what I mean?
So James is frozen again.
Yeah, he's had issues all day.
I think because AWS went down today.
I was busy.
Amazon Web Servers went down, and that took out half the damn internet today.
Really, because I've been watching. I'm literally right now downstairs. I've got Bela Lugosi's Dracula on pause. I just watched The Creature from the Black Lagoon. Going to watch Frankenstein.
I know he's going to do that,
and maybe the Werewolf in the next 24 hours.
Well, your three biggest cloud servers right now are AWS, Google, and I think Dell is the number 3. Could be Microsoft, but I think Dell took over. And the point is when AWS goes down, that's like a lot of the internet is on AWS as their cloud servers. You know what I mean? Yeah, so that takes them out. They better be careful, man. They're going to kick off fucking Cyberpunk. They don't even realize it. All these idiots doing like the denial of service attacks and stuff like that. They're going to just like fucking start hiring like mercenaries to go shoot them in their fucking fat heads. You know, it's going to be like, I took down Amazon on the fucking floor. And that's the end of that guy. You know what I mean? And that's going to be 100% fucking Cyberpunk at that point.
Well, all you need is like Elon Musk to like bribe everyone with his billions of dollars to allow corporations to have their own private security armies.
Yeah.
And then the next thing you know, you've got like Tesla soldiers popping up, oh, you threw a brick at a Tesla, 9 mil.
Oh, it's not going to be soldiers. It's going to be those Tesla bots.
With their storm ninjas?
Well, Shadowrun, yeah. The who was it? In Shadowrun, the Japanese company had the Red Samurai, Arasaka.
The storm ninjas are from...
Arasaka's from Cyberpunk, not Shadowrun.
The storm ninjas from Archer.
Okay.
All right, and now that's going to be a fucking meme. Me talking about Cyberpunk lore. Jesus Christ.
Careful what you wish for.
Coochie, coochie, coochie.
Well, whichever Japanese company it was, they had the Red Samurai.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
they dressed up in power armor, but it was made to look like samurai armor. And they all carried the special submachine guns and monofilament, like, katanas and shit like that. So, it was Ren Raku, the guys that made their Kaji that failed. Yeah, Ren Raku. And then, of course, if you effed around with Aslan, there was good chance you'd end up on top of a pyramid getting your heart ripped out. So
I don't know Shadowrun lore at all, sadly.
Yeah, same here.
It's super easy. The Japanese are super samurais. Elves are douchebags. Dwarves are really cool. Orcs are kind of cool. Trolls, yeah. And Mexico and half of the Yucatan has become the notion of Aslan. And they worship Aztec gods, even though it's 2072. And magic works. And apparently, if you do enough human sacrifice, the Aztec gods will help you out with shit. And feather serpents are real. But yeah, there used to be an old Shadowrun book that was like never trust an elf, never deal with a dragon. Like the president of the United States was a dragon for a while and then supposedly got assassinated. And most of Germany is ruled over by a dragon named Lufwehr or whatever. And when people didn't listen to him, he started like knocking 747s out of the sky until people were like, oh, okay. Maybe we should listen to this guy because he's basically a flying, reptilian smelly terrorist. He's like blowing planes up and shit.
Yeah, I have no interest in Shadowrun. Still don't.
The rule set sucks. The setting's kind of cool, though.
Yeah, no. Just no.
Yeah.
Magic and Cyberpunk, nope.
Yeah, well, you guys are just being...
It's not that I don't like magic in Cyberpunk. I don't like the whole elves and trolls and orcs coming,
So this is the thing, right?
Out of the
Cyberpunk literally said in its rule book, if your players, you should always be fucking with your players. You should always be giving them a hard time. Play fair, but play to win. Steal their shit, ambush them, do all this stuff. And if they can't handle it, go back to the happy game with the pretty elves and the singing birds, right? And that was the whole point of Cyberpunk was like, fuck D&D. This is balls, right? And then Shadowrun comes along and it's like, but no, we want the balls, but we want the elves and the dwarves and all the happy D&D shit. Fuck off. If it had just been like real world magic, like if it had just been like, they did the ghost dance and suddenly Aztec magic was real and European magic was real, that would have been interesting. But to have everything suddenly be D&D was like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah.
It made no sense.
Yeah. Like you said, you don't know anything about Shadowrun.
I read it in the 80s when it came out.
Because
some friends asked me to run it. I read it. I read all about the ghost dance that caused the awakening and all this shit that happened. I read all the stuff about how some people found out that they were elves and some were orcs and blah blah blah. And I'm like,
that's goblinization. That's
whatever. I didn't memorize it, dude. I read it 30 years ago.
You're not off. I mean, you're actually being pretty impressive for somebody who read something 3 decades ago.
But the point is, it didn't interest me because of all the D&D shit they put in it.
Mm-hmm.
See, I didn't see D&D shit.
Elves, orcs, dwarves, dragons, trolls.
Look, here's the thing you're missing. And okay. Bright nailed this, right?
Bright
Obviously, the orcs...
Bright was amazing.
And it's basically Shadowrun. Obviously, the orcs are supposed to represent the urban population.
Mm-hmm.
Trolls are super rare and generally retarded.
Neither Coochie, the answer is neither.
Elves get everything handed to them on a silver platter because they're pretty. And dwarves typically work as engineers and janitors and shit because, that's what dwarves do. It's not like super D&D. I mean,
You're missing my
and
point.
Because of goblinization, 2 humans can have a child, and that child could be born literally anything.
And you're missing the point of why I'm saying I don't like any of this stuff, but that's okay.
What's better, Shadowrun or Shadow Dark? If you like D&D, Shadow Dark. Because Shadowrun, while it has a great setting and great novels and a great Sega video game,
Yeah, I actually
boy,
played.
the rule set is horrible. It's the
That's
worst.
fair.
It's
I
fucking
actually
horrible,
played
man.
the Sega game back in the day.
Oh, that
For a
Sega
minute.
game where you could choose to play like a hacker, a gator shaman, or a street sam, and you just ran around Chicago. You go into the clubs, and every club had its own music. So you go in like one club, and it'd be like, because it's all MIDI music, you know. Or you go in the other one, it's all like, shooting loud, and it's like, what the hell is that? And then you could take like Odd Jobs, Killing Ghouls, and like Pally Up, and stuff like that. Apparently, according to original Shadowrun, and this could have been changed, something about the goblinization of a human to a troll is so brutal that it causes brain damage in most of them. So yes, trolls are kind of on the slower end. Now, on the other end, they're like 10 or 11 feet tall. Some of them are covered with freaking bony, calcium buildup nodules, and they got horns and crooked teeth because they're not at all symmetrical. Trolls are all like one eye might be big and one's little, and they can be good guys. I mean, a troll can be your best friend in Shadowrun.
I want to know what Coochie means. Bright, spelled B-R-I-G-H-T, by the way, was cringy.
I think that's pretty obvious.
What was cringy about it? It was good.
Oh, I'm just saying, I think it's pretty obvious what he meant.
No, but I don't understand why I don't know why. I heard tons of people telling me Bright was cringy. I watched it and went, it wasn't cringy. So why are people saying it was cringy? What was cringy about
I liked it.
I don't even know what it is.
I loved it.
I liked it. I thought it's kind of wild, too, how they gave the elves pointed teeth.
So,
Like, if you look really close at the elves, they have, like, teeth like sharks. It's, like, wild. I like when it shows the orcs out in the yard, and they're, like, bench pressing a freaking Chevy Silverado and shit. It's like, man. Okay. I guess
I'm not trying to argue, Coochie. I just want to know.
See,
because I heard all these people online complaining about it, but I like it.
Moving to the suburbs. So, I mean, it's kind of a happy story in a way. Like all the black dudes left the ghetto, moved into the suburbs, and the orcs just got the ghettos. And then, of course, all of the super high, expensive places elves live. Because, when you're beautiful, you get everything handed to you.
Plus, they were the only ones who could be brights.
Yeah, they're the only ones that could be mages, yeah. Except supposedly some human 1,000 years ago or some shit. I actually loved it and wish they were going to make more of them, which I thought they said they were. And then
they were, but two things happened.
Will Smith
COVID.
smacked frickin' what's his name?
Nope. COVID. And Max Landis, the guy who created it, had a bunch of women Me Too him. Which all went away, by the way, after the popularity had died down.
Yeah. That's how I feel about that. Like, I masturbate and then, like, throw the shit on you. Like Spider-Man.
Wow. That's harsh.
That's how I feel about the Me Too movement.
That's really harsh, man.
Me Too that.
Yeah.
The News Network scene and Joe Rogan talking about orcs on his podcast. I mean, come on, you got to have Joe Rogan in everything now. That's like a rule. As a matter of fact, Joe Rogan roasting the shit out of Bernie Sanders the other day. That was some wild shit. Especially since Rogan used to be a hardcore Bernie bro. Bernie should not have went on the Joe Rogan show. I don't know who told him it was a great idea, because I guess Trump did it, so he thought he should do it too. So recently he went on the Joe Rogan show and Rogan ate him alive. It was just like sad to watch. You know what I mean? Like he brought up the fact that like Bernie Sanders owns 3 mansions and all that shit. He was just going after it. It's like,
Good.
yeah. I guess Rogan got over being a Bernie girl pretty quick. Now, one thing though that people do, and I hate it, is they'll have like a short of something, and they'll put the short up, but they'll edit it so it's Joe Rogan being like, "Hey, play that clip," and then it plays. Joe Rogan has nothing to do with any of it,
Yeah, I saw one like that today.
and it's like, I
Did you see the one I saw where it was this?
yes,
It was this black girl talking about women being subservient to men. Did you see that one?
no, but I saw the one where the hot black chick is on the subway in England, and the dude sitting next to her is a white dude with like fluffy blonde hair. They don't know each other at all. And she just turns around and takes a picture and says, "So here's me and my husband." And the white dude looks at her and he's like, "What?" And she says, "Husband." And the white dude's like, "Cool with me." You know what I mean? And I'm like, and it was basically, the title of it was, "It's like picking up a golden retriever," because the dude looked so happy about it. She's like, "Husband." And he's like, "I'm good with it," or whatever he says, man. It's like, and she was, even though people might say whatever, I don't generally find a lot of black women attractive. This one was. And she was black. So she's African black. You know what I'm saying? But she was very attractive. And the dude just was like, "What?" And
Golden retriever happy. Gotcha.
And she's like, "Husband." And then he just out of the blue, he gets a big grin. He's like, "Fine with me." You know, it's like, part of me hopes they actually got married. That would be an amazing story, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I
Like,
was just thinking that.
You got all your kids, and the kids are like, "How'd you meet Mom?" And you're just like, "Well, I was riding the tube, and Mom sat down next to me and said, 'Husband.'" And I was just like, "Okay." I mean, that's kind of romantic, right? Just picked up the starter set. The starter set is amazing. And now you'll be ready to pick up the actual book. Or maybe both of them. You know, you might get the Investigator's Guide if you want. Yep. And there's also a really, really small book that's basically just the rules. It's like a little starter set. I think I got mine at like the free games thing. You know how once a year they give out like a thing, and I've got
like a free comic day.
Yeah, and I've got the Cthulhu one. Now there is a nice, the Western Cthulhu. Let me look if I can find this link for you on this computer, because I know it's on the other computer. No, it's not that. Is it this? I mean, that's what I think.
That video you're talking about is an AI video, apparently.
Oh, that sucks.
Sorry.
Pissed me off now. Now I'm angry.
Sorry.
Well, okay, it's a good AI video, though. That also explains why the black woman was so attractive.
Okay.
What are you okaying about?
Well, just.
I mean, as obviously me being edgy.
Yeah. It's like.
I mean, anyway, homie, if you just got the starter set, there is a web page out there called the Dole Hole or something like that, and it's got a character maker for every era, 7th edition. You basically roll the computerized freaking dice, pick skills, etc., and it spits out a printable, print-friendly character sheet for you. And also it's fun because I think I've made 20 characters since I found it.
Nice.
So
by the way, James, Valorous has dropped the final It's live. It's not being updated until we do a second edition now.
Yeah, I need to go on. Well, Amazon's down right now, or maybe
Well, Amazon, it's not up for print yet. I'm waiting for them to approve it, but the PDF's on drive-through.
Okay, good to know. Because I do want to look at that. But yeah, Call of Cthulhu. I love Call of Cthulhu. I remember playing Call of Cthulhu when it used all the D&D dice. And
Was
yes,
that,
there was an edition that used all the D&D dice.
was that first or second?
The cover was the classic. They're going up a staircase towards a haunted house.
Yeah, I have.
One of them's got a flashlight. The other's got like a 38 revolver.
I've got I've got second edition, but as far as I know, it only came with percentile dice. I could be
Yeah,
The
wrong.
original.
there is
I don't
an edition.
remember. I don't remember that ever because it was
There is
based
an
on
edition
RuneQuest.
that uses all of the dice.
Are you sure
Usually,
you're not thinking about
for-
Cthulhu D20?
No, it's mostly
I've got
they
that
use
too.
all the non-percentile dice for like weapon damage. So like a 48 might do die 8 damage, and a 38 might, or 44 would do like die 8, and one would do
That sounds
die
like D20,
6.
but okay.
Or I'm insane.
In the membrane.
Insane in brain. Who you
Well, no,
messing
but
with?
so the RuneQuest has always used many dice. It's just your primary resolution is the percentile, right? But the
Right, that's
D20
what
is
I'm
like,
talking about.
yeah.
It
but that's
used all
that's
the
every
different
edition.
types of
That's
damage.
every edition of any RuneQuest, any BRP game.
Well, 7th edition is pure percentile, I think.
Now, if you look at the damages,
Huh, you could be right. You could be 100% right.
you know what? Let's
Guess what? Guess what? It turns out, never mind.
let's
I
find
played normal 1st or 2nd edition.
here. I've got this. This is 7th edition.
It is.
Let's go
I
look
own
for
it.
the weapons.
You're right, because the 38 revolver does die 6, I think. I think I just looked at it last night.
God, that's the one thing I hate about this book is how it's laid out.
I'm going to make some castigators, baby.
Here we go. All right, yeah, D6, D3, D8.
So
2d8,
never mind. I'm
D4.
doing whatever I'm doing. I'll show this off for Shadow to drool over. You know what that is, right, Shadow?
Isn't that a combat card for?
Adeptus
Adeptus
Titanicus.
Yeah.
And it
I've
is
got
for-
some of them. Do I have
It is
the?
for a banner of Cerastus Knights, which is 4 figures.
Yeah, I think I have that game.
I know you do. That's why I'm
Oh.
showing it to you. That's what
Okay,
makes
I don't know
me
where
showing
it
you a
is.
thing.
I also can't find the freaking copy of BattleTech. You sent. I don't know what I did with it.
Maybe Jackie's got it up in his room. He's been reading it or something.
That would be awesome, but highly unlikely.
I got to talk to Jackie about doing the Great Chill Heist and getting my hands on your chill set.
It's
Right.
already in my will. As soon as I croak, you get it.
I'll be
unfortunately,
dead before you, buddy.
How do you figure?
Diabetic?
I haven't been to a doctor in over a decade.
Yeah,
So
it
God
doesn't
knows-
matter.
That is true.
Okay.
Last time Shadow went to a doctor, they like bled him with leeches.
Yeah, they wore those.
Oh,
weird
that was just
cone
when I
masks.
visited Omen. I got that just visiting Omen now.
They were
Oh.
trying to frickin' drill a hole in his skull to unleash the harmful vapors.
No,
They
that
were
was
wearing
me just
all
trying to
red.
get a permanent high.
Yeah.
My old man told me about that back when I was a little kid. That was a college thing that we were always talking about. If you could drill into your skull just the right amount to where the oxygen would hit your brain, but you didn't scramble your brains, you'd be permanently high. And then in Ghostbusters, Egon actually makes a reference to that as he was trying to they were talking about it. And he said, "If you would, it would have worked if you would have let me, put a drill in his head because you'd be permanently high." And I'm like, you know, I guarantee you, someone died trying to do that. And why would you tell your kid that?
Well, it was the Middle Ages. You told your kids lots of crazy shit then, Shadow.
That's true. That's true. That's true.
Like, yeah. You guys, I don't even know what to think about any of this.
Yeah, I never heard that before. Man of War. That sounds.
Oh yeah, that's where the expression "blowing smoke up your ass" comes from. They would literally take a bellows, and they would blow smoke into your anus because it was supposed to cure you of things. And we wouldn't last 20 minutes in the Middle Ages. You know what I'm saying?
It would cure you of things.
Yeah, life, taxes,
marriage.
There you go. Yeah.
Tobacco smoke enemas. Oh my God. I know the natives did use, or as we call them, the natives did use tobacco a lot in their medicines. But I don't remember them blowing any smoke up.
So during COVID, a French study came out that showed people who were smokers and consuming nicotine were not getting COVID.
Yeah,
and they were like, we think this might be a connection between nicotine and repelling COVID. Something about nicotine is blocking
I remember that.
The thing. That lasted about 2 days in the media before it just vanished.
You're not going to like it, but I actually heard it from Crowder. And I neither got the shots nor got sick, but at the time I was smoking probably 2 packs of cigarettes a day of.
Oh, you are going to die first. Never mind.
And I still never got sick. I went in, I went outside and into stores and everything. No mask, no sanitizer. Like my wife would put the sanitizer in my hand, and when she wasn't looking, I would just wipe it off something else, And neither I nor Jackie got COVID, got the shot. He didn't smoke, so I don't know that that I know of, right? But I was like, I haven't gotten sick in.
Because for all you know, he could be like smoking in the boys' room.
I'm pretty sure he'll never do drugs or smoke until he goes to college. In which case, he'll try it maybe because of a girl, and that would be it. Otherwise, he's going to be, straight as an arrow.
Hey, can I ask you guys a question? It's a little off topic.
Of course.
I'm starting to believe that demons may be running the world. Because
Dude.
I see a non-stop... Hang on. I see a non-stop plethora of whorish behavior in women everywhere. Everywhere.
Well, that's kind of been a thing for a while, but...
No, but it's like really getting bad now.
Oh, yeah. It's like kind of snowballing, I would say. It has been for...
Snowballing. Giggity.
Right.
Giggity.
Yeah, that's so foul. Any chick ever tried that, I would slap her head off her shoulders.
Hey, pow! At no point here do we at all ever condone abusing women unless they're Russian and only because they want it.
Dude, I think you have to add that to the list. Just saying.
I think I'm turning into Sam the Eagle on this show, which is I'm in no way connected with this show.
Right. You're just like, look.
You two really just.
I just showed up.
Hey, I heard a joke today.
These assholes.
Yeah, that's the bet. What movie was that? I love that line.
That's Army of Darkness.
Yeah, he's like, wait a minute. I don't even know these. Yeah, when they're getting ready to throw him down the pit. I don't even know these assholes.
I'm Duke Henry the Red of the Northern Shale and leader of these people. Well, I got sad news for you. You ain't leading but Jack and shit. And Jack just left.
Yeah, Jack left town.
I heard a joke today. Tell me what you think.
Oh, fuck.
Hey.
Okay, I'm ready. Go.
What do you call an airplane with 2 women pilots?
I don't know, Shadow. What do you call an airplane
James?
with 2 female pilots?
You know this one?
No, and I'm not even taking a guess. I thought that, I mean, Bear's playing along just fine without me. I was just sitting
Okay.
here building nights.
The answer is
Happened
an
to my
air,
Canadian.
The answer is an
What?
airplane. The answer is an airplane with 3 cockpits.
Wow.
And
I'm in no way connected with this show.
Yeah, I just want everyone to know I disavow.
I should have dedicated that one to
Everything
you.
on this
HT.
show.
I should have dedicated that one to you, HT. What's happening, man?
Oh, nothing. I saw you guys.
Wow.
So I figured I'd join.
Oh, dude, check that mic. Check that mic. Brother, you're
Yeah,
hot.
it sounds like you are an announcer for an airline.
Exactly. Like you're about to announce some takeoffs.
Thanks, Off Grid.
Is it too loud?
It's
Yeah, it's
to
very
everything.
It's distorting.
It's literally like you're the lady at the ticket counter calling, to board your plane.
Give me 1 second. Let me close that window. Better?
Yeah.
Try it again. I mean, just say something.
Is that better?
Yes.
It's still staticky.
Yeah, but it's still not blowing my eardrums out, so I can live
Yeah.
with it.
That was amazing. I wish I could do that on purpose.
Smoking in the boys' room.
Smoking in a boy's butt. Biddle-diddle-doo.
Yeah,
What?
I mean, hot tobacco smoke enemas. That sounds horrible.
I'm still shocked that no gay band out there ever did a remake of Hot for Teacher with like dudes, and just to see Watch America lose its fucking mind. Imagine
Hey, Janet,
redo the video,
class
shot
up the
for
joint.
shot, right? Redo the video shot for shot, but it's all guys. You know what I mean? It's supposed to.
Okay, I got a question.
It'd be
'Cause
hilarious.
I
I
don't
don't
know.
know if that would be hilarious or like uncomfortably weird.
Or gay
I've
panic
never
inducing.
seen I don't know of any all gay bands.
Really? You don't know the Village
Uh-huh.
people?
I
Aha
heard they
wasn't
were.
gay.
Yeah,
I heard,
All right. How's that after I unplugged it?
That's better-ish.
yeah.
Hey, look, we can hear you.
My-
You can talk. You're not distorted, so it's fine.
My microphone has been like through the roof good ever since I made the switch to Linux.
I told
That
you,
was your
Linux
first
is only
mistake.
for supervillains and people who want to hold the moon hostage.
hey,
Well, I
Janet.
wouldn't mind holding the moon hostage.
Hello, Janet. How are you? Yep.
She was reminding me of Countess von Blood last night.
And you can
So-
get a Beowulf cluster of Supermen and a legion of Fembots.
So what's everyone working on tonight?
I'm building knights. I am
Headless
building
Horseman.
epic knights. I am going to make a bunch of castigators so that I may castigate my enemies. Apparently, they're the ones with power swords and freaking giant mega bolters. But outside of that, I think we were mostly calling Shadow gay or something.
Pretty much, you should throw the link up
You
so
guys
Janet
should
can
leave
join,
Shadow
by the way.
alone. He didn't do nothing.
Leave Shadow alone. He didn't do nothing. Leave Shadow alone.
I'm guilty of many things. Gay is not one of them.
Not
Let's
that-
edit that again.
not that-
Let's edit
not
that.
that-
Someone
thing.
clip that. Everyone clip that. He gave you a nice pause where he said, "I'm guilty of many things gay." Then he paused. So just cut it there. So he just keeps run that of him saying, "I'm guilty of many things gay."
Gay is not one.
you know,
And the more people keep doing that, the less they're looking into my past, the better I like things.
No one wants to look into your past, Shadow. I
Right?
assure you.
honestly, I think you have to have a degree in archaeology to look into his past.
Oh wow! Well, I was going to say anthropology, but hey, archaeology works better. Shadow is happy, not gay. Shadow is not happy. He is a bitter hipster.
What are you talking about? My life
Yeah, you know what
He is the
happened
bitterest of
before-
hipsters.
Before you even joined Bear, Shadow joined, and there was like my wife was watching something in the other room, and it was playing a Police song.
Oh, which one?
I started singing along with it, And I'm like, man, Synchronicity was such a great album. And of course, not really. though.
Not really. No, Zendaya Mavada was the better one. But I'm fucking Shadow.
And then I'm like, I think my favorite Police song is probably "The King of Pain."
Oh, that's off.
Wrapped Around Your Finger is really good too, though, right? And Shadow's like, well, actually, my favorite one is I don't even remember the name of it.
All right, which one's your favorite one, Shadow?
And he's like, it's like on their third album, like on the back B side.
It's off their second album. It's called No Time This Time.
Yeah, okay. You know what their best song
Nobody
is?
knows what the hell that is.
Their best song is Walking on the Moon. And their second best song is Bed's Too Big Without You. And their third best song is Message in a Bottle.
Walking on the moon.
So
Yeah,
now
I
you can
hope
hear
my
Gen X
legs don't
talk
break.
about the Police. This is awesome.
Dude, the Police are fucking amazing.
I'm learning so much tonight.
When they had their return tour, my buddy who worked was still working in radio, even though I had left it. Said, "Hey man, your birthday's coming up. What if they're going to be playing? I can get free tickets from promotions. You want to go see the Police?" And I was like, "Yeah, no, let's just go get drunk or something." He's like, "What? But you love the Police?" I said, "Yep." And I would have loved to have seen them live in 1984. I don't want to see a bunch of old men. I learned my lesson by seeing both the Rolling Stones and the Who live in the 90s. I'm good.
Okay.
They couldn't have been that bad in the 90s.
I was the same way with.
The
Pat
fucking
Benatar.
Who was bad, buddy. The Who was bad.
I saw The Cure in like 2000 something, and Robert Smith was probably 60 years old, and it was still freaking awesome.
Yeah, but The Cure is a different level of band, right? They're not prancing around the stage and destroying their instruments and having to have healthcare workers come out and take Keith Richards off. Come on.
Right.
Come on.
No, they were more like, show me how you do that trick. You know that. The one.
No, don't do that, because Shadow's going to tell us his favorite song is this one from the EP that was only released on a limited edition press in California, and it was a song they were never allowed to play again. Fuck Shadow.
What are you talking about?
I'm kind of sorry that I actually started pointing out his hipsterness, because now I feel bad.
Why? He doesn't.
Even when I make fun of him, I kind of feel bad, because it's just like, dude, come on, man.
Okay, listen. You can't help it. All right, listen, let's be honest. Okay, two of us are fat men here. The other two are skinny bitches. We both have the same problem, which is we walk into a room and let's say our favorite thing is, let's say for you it's, I don't know, cheesecake. And there's a cheesecake there. There's an internal struggle that will happen within, which is, I really shouldn't have that cheesecake because I'm diabetic and it's really bad for me, but fuck, I haven't had cheesecake in a really long time and that cheesecake looks so goddamn good. Like that's what we do, right?
Right.
We feel bad about it. And if we eat the cheesecake, we have that moment of pleasure and then we feel bad about it later. Shadow doesn't even think, oh, I could talk about some old band that they've never heard of or something. I shouldn't do it, but I really want to talk about it. No, he just does it. Like, does not care.
Nope.
And I love him for it.
Just trying to share.
But hang on. I love you for it. I love you like a play cousin, but I am going to ride your ass about it. Because that's what Gen X does.
That sounded gay, though.
That's what Gen X does.
Yeah.
Sounds inappropriately gay. A lot.
A lot. Yeah. It's like, Shadow, you're getting ready to get your ass rode by like a 6'4" Canadian.
6'3".
Whatever.
Unless there's someone else I don't know about who's going to be involved, and then it's getting creepy.
Don't get jealous.
Crinky. It's getting creepy and kinky at the same time. It's crinky.
Don't be jealous.
Don't be jelly.
Yeah. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
So HD.
Money, please.
Money.
To tell us, do your like real world friends act the same way around each other?
Yes, I am. I'm going to say Shadow. I'm probably the shadow of the group.
Oh, no one wants to be the shadow of the group. Not even Shadow.
They rag my ass on everything. It's not fair.
Yeah, Shadow don't even want to be the shadow of the group. I feel like now I feel twice as bad.
What are you talking about?
I see a lot of myself in Shadow.
That's still my favorite line from the Beatles.
You're right. You're right, Shadow.
You know?
A stream is not a stream without Shadow.
I appreciate that.
Shadow, you are a wonderful upstand. Well, okay, you're one. Shadow, you are a person I know.
You are a person I know.
Yes, yes. I don't want to get you implicated in any of my shenanigans.
You are
Except I'm
someone
not
I
rich
have
enough to
met
be a
on the
hipster.
internet.
Well,
Yeah,
you
what's that?
did say, Shadow, that if they flew over your property area with a radar, they'd find like 80 corpses. So
I have never said that.
pretty sure you did,
All
No.
Mexicans, all Mexicans, and
like
all
the
thought they were going
desert
to work
near
in
your
the
house is
movies.
full of old corpses that mob bosses buried out there.
No,
Remember,
no, that must have been somebody else.
What's the lake outside of Vegas? Mead? No.
Hmm. Is it Lake Mead?
Is it Lake Mead, the one outside Vegas? Anyway, so they had the big
I
drought
think it's
over the
like
last.
Powell.
No, it's not Powell. No.
And there's, God, it'll come to me.
Yeah. Anyway, so they had that big drought, and it dropped like 30 feet, 40 feet of the water line, so you could almost see the bottom, and they started fucking finding a ridiculous amount of oil drums with bodies in them.
Yeah, that happens occasionally in the bay down in Miami.
Where I live, there used to be this lake called Lake Elizabeth, and if you look in like some of the woo woo
Yeah, it's
books,
Lake Mead.
Lake Elizabeth is where the Firebird supposedly lived, and it would come up out of the lake. Well, the lake has since dried up because of Newsom and the drought a couple of years ago, and you can't even it's just a little tiny little bed of sand now.
So
It
that's
never
why you're
was
running your Habitat for the Firebird Foundation, where you're basically trying to raise money to build a new lake for the Firebird. Is that what you're doing?
Yes, yes.
Is that your new scam?
Yeah, and when he says Firebird, he means Pontiac.
It's a sweet ride.
Right?
Trans Am.
He had to have his
Who
high
did
rock
not want
Z.
one back in the 80s? Come on.
Of course, we all wanted a Firebird back in the 80s. What are you talking about? Of course. But then we grew up and we learned what a Porsche Carrera is. And we were like, oh,
Right.
wait.
Well, actually, my first car was a Monte Carlo, like a
Monte Carlo.
1980 something Monte Carlo with a 305 in it. That thing
Okay,
was a
who-
monster.
A Monte
It's
Carlo.
not good.
What was your
It's
grade
tough.
3 teacher named?
Mrs. starts with an M. Oh God.
Oh wait.
She used to live right down. Oh, there was the one with the fake butt. What was her name?
They had fake butts back in the 80s.
Well, like her butt had got ripped off, so they gave her a prosthetic butt so that she would look normal. At least that was what everybody in third grade said.
Okay, that's 3rd grade. What is wrong with you?
Well, you asked me.
I didn't ask you about fucking bullshit things 3rd graders say.
Miss Mulligan, maybe. She used to live like 2 blocks from my house. And my principal was Sam's, and what was the other one? The main principal's name was Mogeson. And he's the one that busted me when I skipped school for like a month straight.
Wow.
Because I was walking down the street with my friends after school, and he drove by, and we made eye contact, and he locked him up, and he's like, "Where you been?" And I was like, "Sick." And he's like, "Really?" And I was like, "Boo, ninja."
Smoke bomb.
It didn't work though, because it turns out he knew my address.
Funny how that happens.
Yeah, funny how that worked. So he just contacted
So
my
once
mom.
again, in case any of you were missing that, in the Shadow Hipster count, we were talking about a very well-known lake outside Las Vegas called Lake Mead, where when it started to dry up, they found mob bodies that were there because James made that joke about things. And Shadow immediately told us about some hipster fucking native legend in California that none of us had ever heard about before, about some lake that none of us know existed. See Shadow? Sorry, I called you hipster.
Well,
It was your name.
That's not entirely well.
Well,
I just assumed that some of you had, gone down
random
that.
California native legend lakes in our.
Well,
trivia
no,
file?
I mean because the Firebird's kind of an interesting legend.
Yeah, I knew a guy had a candy apple red one.
I
That
believe
was-
the
that
term,
was total
here's
legend.
something pretty history. I believe the term Sasquatch is from California, from the California Indians in the Redwoods.
Is it?
Mm,
I
From
think
what
that's
I
where the word comes from.
understand-
It comes from them.
What I understand from watching people from Nova Scotia, Sam Squatch lives up in Nova Scotia.
Sam Squanch.
Yeah, the
Holy
Sam
fuck, Julian.
Squatch.
It's a Sam Squanch. Holy fuck.
Don't hurt them, Bubbles. Those things are worth a shit ton of money.
Yeah.
Ooh. So, first of all, no, it's not from California. It's Salish. And
So that would
Salish are
be
from
Oregon or Washington.
British Columbia, actually, but that's
Nova
So
it's
even
Scotia
Canadian.
further
would
up.
be Algonquin.
Even further up.
It's Salish. It's Canadian. Sasquatch is Canadian.
Sasquatch is Canadian.
Adding more to our legacy of being savage fuckers, Sasquatch is ours too.
I could
Sam
have sworn that that's the term. The actual word is from the Californian Indians who lived in the Redwoods.
Nope, it's Salish, basically from British Columbia and the Fraser River. And the word that they used was, oh my god, I can't fucking pronounce this. Sesaksk, and it means wild men.
Put it in the private chat so I can look at that word real quick.
Sure, absolutely. My favorite thing to do in the world is, be Google for you. Hang on. There you go.
You're such a smart ass.
Okay. Yeah.
Listen. He saw the temperature of the room, and he decided, I need to be part of this. Well, now he's fucking part of it. Okay.
No, I didn't come in.
That's true.
I thought you guys. I saw some tears coming down Shadow's face, and I said, "I'm going to go in and take some of the pressure off of him."
Thank you. What a pal.
They're picking on that poor
Yeah.
man.
Why will they leave that poor man alone? He's already bleeding. Stop kicking him.
It is so bad for Shadow that the dude that watches all my videos just to make memes, Shadow is never cool in any meme.
I swear to God, it's brutal.
Like Bear is sometimes, and occasionally I am, and Shadow is always gay.
I've got to get in on this Discord. I have Discord. I'll have your brother send me a link.
I will.
It's, the memes are worth it. Like the memes alone are worth the price.
Oh yeah, the
That's
stuff
the
that
only
the stuff
part that
that
anyone really looks at.
Off Grid and DM Beelzebubba send me some of the freaking most fire memes I've ever seen.
Dude, you don't know anything about memes. I got memes that'll get people in Europe arrested.
Don't we all?
Maybe.
I mean,
But
it's getting easier and easier, isn't it?
I don't know. But anyway, I will say that I've got this guy who watches all my shows, and he talked to me personally and said he'd stop if I offended anybody, and I told him to go nuts. And
Yeah, seriously, fill your boots.
and he has definitely gone nuts.
Oh yeah.
Like the last
I
one.
was laughing my ass off this afternoon. It's like, oh my god, I
Well,
gotta check
did you
these
see the
more
one with like Mercer and Condor DM in a room, and Condor's having like
Yes.
some hardcore gay butt sex, and Double D's looking in the window from the outside,
Yes.
being like, "I gotcha," or some shit like
Busted.
that. Busted.
Busted.
Yeah, and it's like,
Yes, I saw
so
that. One.
whoever this guy is, he hates Condor DM because Condor DM is in like 3 different memes, and he's always in the background having gay sex with somebody. So, I mean, okay, pretty wild, pretty wild.
The one where I
Person
say,
here.
"Hear me out, guys." That one had me on the floor.
Oh, hear me out. Yeah.
This dungeon
when-
sucks.
yeah. Yeah, that was you being
Too straight for D&D. The water's fine, fellas. Come on in. We'll show you the way if you stay and play. Okay, hear me out. You have this look like God has just left the room on your face, and I have the look on my face like, no, why? Yeah, fuck. It's great. I love this. This is so well done.
Yeah.
And it's in the
One
hard
with the Minotaur, and I'm
forest.
just like quoting like a prayer. I'm like, I believe in one God, creator of the earth and the universe, and all this shit.
Welcome to the show, Janet.
And Shadow's like, I got dibs on that ogre. It's like, wait, what? Hey, Janet. how
I
you
gotta
doing?
say, hey Janet, I gotta say, I can live with the name is Bear. I got that spicy flavor, blowing your mind like Charles Xavier. I think that's really fucking awesome.
Yeah, I saw.
That's
I
what
knew
he
you
did.
would like
That
that
was
one.
pretty
I knew
good.
you'd like that one.
I like that.
I wonder if that has to do with because you're also writing like a superhero game, so he like
No, it's because I went off about how you guys can't pronounce Xavier in the States.
Oh, you did. So that's just more
Dude.
proof that this person, whoever he is, he's paying attention.
Yes. Off grid, do not go to jail because it would take me like at least a year to mount a rescue operation.
Oh, he's in Canada. I don't think
Yeah.
they put anybody in jail in Canada.
We're
Well,
not
no,
there
you
yet, but we'll be there. No, actually, they just the bill that they wanted to bring in just got destroyed legally by the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Like they were like we bring this bill C3 or C5 or fucking R2D2 or whatever the fuck it is, and they were all pushing it, and all the fucking senators were in favor of it, and then somebody went, yeah, let's challenge this to a legal review. And the review came back as this violates a number of parts of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. You can't make this a law.
Thank God.
Done.
How you doing, Janet?
I'm all right. I have my pajamas on when I was going to sleep in, so I just put my hair up in a hat. I figured I should cut up bags.
Yeah, we're just making fun of Shadow for.
Whoa. Where did you get plastic bags?
From the grocery stores.
No, don't ship them to us in Canada. We're not allowed them anymore.
Well,
Too
what
bad.
they do
Our Walmart stopped carrying them as well. We don't have them anymore.
Oh, no,
Paper
they
bags.
banned them here. They're banned.
most grocery stores have paper bags, but what they'll do is when you go to pay for the groceries, they'll say, "Is plastic okay?"
No,
we
they
don't even
just
have that.
totally.
And then if
Dollar
you're-
General, Lowe's,
Yeah.
Kroger.
if you're in
Walmart,
Florida, you can then be like, "No, I
everywhere.
want paper
Use
bags,"
plastic
and
bags.
then they'll put them.
And
in
I make
paper.
stuff out of them.
You make stuff out of plastic bags.
Yeah, that crocheted bag I showed you the other day, that was made out of these.
Really?
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
crocheted.
we just-
As I said not long ago about Canada, so the meat I buy is wrapped in plastic. The headache pills I buy come in plastic containers. All my ketchup, mayonnaise, all that used to be in glass bottles. Now they're in plastic bottles. But I can't have plastic bags because those are bad for the environment.
Mhm.
What?
Well, then how do you
What?
buy your weed?
Film cans.
You can't put sandwich bags. You don't have sandwich bags or
No,
plastic
we
wrap.
can buy that stuff, but the whole we can buy all the plastic you could fucking want. But the idea of us having a plastic bag for our groceries is absolutely fucking Nazi verboten. 9.
Well, can I ask
It's
you, when
insane.
you get 6-packs, do they have those rings still on them?
I don't know. I haven't bought beer in
Because
25 years.
those are more dangerous
Right?
for
For
sea animals
sea life.
than this plastic bag would be.
I'm gonna
Well,
go out on a limb and
Shadow
say
lives
if
in a state where you got to drink out of paper straws, but the paper straws come wrapped in plastic.
Yeah, and the paper straws fall apart before your cup dissolves.
See, we get actual real
Right.
straws here because this is
Yeah,
Florida.
they tried
and
doing
we
the
kind
paper
of hope
straw
the
thing here.
animals will die.
They tried doing the paper straw thing here, but they found out that the moisture from your nostrils ruins them.
well, that's really well. That you know what, Shadow? Well done.
Yeah. Everyone knows that if you're doing
I have
that,
my
you're
moments.
supposed to do it through $100 bill off a hooker's ass. Come on.
Hey now,
Have you?
Why does it have to be a hooker?
why not, Janet?
Damn.
I mean, you volunteering or something? What's going on? Here?
Because
I've never
I-
done that before.
What? let
probably because no
somebody
guy
snort
wants his
the line
girlfriend
out of
actually
your butt?
doing something like that regularly.
I don't know anybody who's ever done that before. It's just something they talk about in the movies. Like I'm trying to be the legend from the boys.
One
of-
time, I was with some friends in Dallas, and we were club hopping or whatever, and they said they wanted to stop and get something, and I was like, okay. And I'm in the back seat, and they're in the front. And we get out. We have to crawl out. I have to crawl out of the back seat into the front, to get out of her little 2-seater. Basically, is what it was.
Right.
And they're at a seedy hotel, and they one's smoking, and she's standing outside the car smoking, and the other one yells from the top floor, "Hey, come up here to me. So I go, all right. So I go up there and I go inside and there's a huge guy. I won't say what race he was or anything.
So it's a
Huge
huge black
giant guy. No, he wasn't
Giant
black.
size black. Latino.
Maybe. And he was sitting behind
Well,
this
he wasn't Texas.
table, a folding table and a chair, and he had a bunch of stuff on the table in a metal box, and it was an empty apartment.
Okay,
So I go on and I look around and I'm like, what am I doing? You know,
Was there
and she
plastic on the
says, will you
floor?
taste this for me? And I said, well, why? And she said, because I want to see if it's any good. And I go, I don't do that shit. How would I know if it's good? And she just said, just tell me what it tastes like. So I go, all right. She said, here. And she said, sniff it. And I sniffed it. I started coughing and gagging. And I was like, oh my God, it tastes like turpentine. So I ran in the kitchen and I started drinking out of the sink because there was no cups or anything. And I was coughing and hacking. And she started yelling at the guy, you trying to give me some bad shit or whatever. So after that, I just ran outside because I thought we were going to die.
Was there plastic on the floor, like big thick,
No, it was
Okay.
it was all linoleum, full of.
Because if anyone knows
cigarette
about how to
burns.
protect their living space from murder, it's Shadow.
But that was the only time I ever tried it, and all night like that, I just kept saying, "I think I'm going to die. My throat hurts," and all night long. So I've never done anything since, anything like that. 'Cause
Good for you.
it
Good
scared
for
me.
you.
So we used to go to this place to buy our weed back in the 80s.
scared me
early
really
90s.
bad.
It was an apartment. You'd walk in, there'd be a line out the door. You get in the door, there'd be one Jamaican guy sitting at a table with a money box and a TV, and you tell him how much you want, you give him the money, and then he'd basically tell you, he'd say something into a little walkie-talkie in Jamaican patois, and you go over to another door where there was a window slide. They cut into it. It would open, and the guy would hand you your weed, and you'd leave. I'm in there, and as I'm paying the guy and telling him what I want, he looks at me, which is rare. They don't normally look up and look at people, and he
Yeah.
recognizes me from a show that I'm on at the time, and he calls me by my character's
Oh, I
name.
think you
and
told me
says,
this
and says, keep up that peaceful shit, man. I'm like, okay, cool, thanks, man. Cool. Went and got my drugs, walked out, and thought to myself, never come back here again,
before.
ever. Because they're going to think I have money, and they're going to fucking jack me at some
Yeah.
point. Fuck
Yeah, so
that.
They were probably afraid of you because they're like, he could be a cyclo.
This is
That's a deep cut, right?
not a deep cut. I'm just in the worst movie ever made. What do you want me to say?
Wasn't the worst movie ever made.
It won the Razzie for worst movie ever made.
Nah, the worst movie ever made was Ishtar. I mean, inarguably, Ishtar is like the worst movie ever.
Right back, guys.
Or maybe The Life of Jesus or whatever, starring Willem Dafoe.
No, there was a movie my mom had.
that one
was the
was pretty
worst movie
horrible.
ever. It had Billy Crystal in it, and trying to remember the name of it. Sorry, give
Throw
me a
Mama
minute.
from the Train.
No,
That's a great movie.
I got to look it up. That was a good one. So
Yeah.
this is a bad movie.
I'm just going to tell you people that The Lion King exists.
Oh yeah, the live action Lion King.
No, both of them. I just said, like, I was thinking of the first
I haven't
Lion
watched
King.
them, so
Listen, just because your inner child was molested by Disney is no reason to besmirch their product, sir.
My inner child was, I love Song of the South. That's the greatest show on earth.
fuck.
Zippity doo dah, zippity day.
Oh,
I-
for
I-
fucking
I listened to that one.
For Uncle
Fucking-
Remus.
Why?
Uncle Remus was awesome, and I also really liked the story of Briar Rabbit and Briar Bear and the fox trying to get him.
Yeah.
I mean, that was some cool, just like down home.
Are you guys trying to summon Bruce? Is that what you're doing? Because Janet could just text him.
Mr. Bluebird on my shoulder.
It's kind of like idiots that call people Uncle Toms and they don't realize that Uncle Tom was the hero of the book. It's like, you assholes. You don't even know. Shut up. Go away. Uncle Tom was cool. Anyway, though, that's neither here nor there. Janet, the fact that you were hanging out with your girlfriend and like some big brawny dude was like, come upstairs, and you went.
no, it wasn't him. It was
with
my
the
friend.
kid, and you were like,
He
oh,
came
yeah,
out on
give
the
it a shot.
balcony, and she yelled, "Get up here!"
I'd have told
And I
her
went like this, and she said, "Yeah." So I went up there because she knew I didn't do that stuff. And her
I'd be
friend
like, yeah, how
went
about
up there
you
after
did that?
I came down. So I just
Yeah,
got in the
because
car.
Do you know why? Do you know why
Sounds
she
like-
needed you to taste test it, Jen? Do you know why she needed you to sniff it?
No.
Because she'd clearly done so much fucking blow in her life, she'd blown out her membranes and couldn't detect things.
Yeah, this
anymore.
was this person that asked me to do that later. I went to her house one time and she had this little baggie, and I looked in it and there was a block of stuff about this big and it was about that thick. And I was like, what the hell is this? It had gnaw marks on it. And she said it was Xanax.
Jesus.
It wasn't
she's
even,
doing
it wasn't
Xanax.
even,
Great Xanax.
yeah.
Did she live in like West Virginia?
Mm-mm.
Like, was her last name White?
No. I wish I
Anyway,
could find this movie. It was horrible. It was the worst movie I ever made.
What was
said.
it about?
I don't remember exactly. I don't remember. It was just
then
bad. It
can't
had a
be the
bunch of
worst movie.
it had a bunch of guys. I remember one scene. It had a bunch of guys, and they had been not circumcised, but castrated or whatever, so they wouldn't get a Woody. And they had white feathery things, and they were fanning somebody. I don't know. I'm trying to remember the name of it. It was really
Caligula?
no.
Billy
it was
Crystal
one of
wasn't in Caligula.
the worst
That
movie
would-
he made.
that would be funny.
Probably won't even have it listed underneath his movies because it was so bad.
I'm Uncle Tom.
Bunch of stars were in it though. They all donated time to be in this movie. I just can't remember the name of it.
It sounds like a Polanski film.
But it was Billy Crystal starred in it. I just remember that.
Oh my
My
god!
mom liked him, and then she said this movie was trash or whatever is what she said.
This is like I used to like
Doc.
this guy, and then now I
I
hate him.
can't remember the name of it.
Doc, get your ass in here. Come on, man. Let's go.
You got to get to the chopper.
Get to the internet. Click on the link. Do it.
Do it. Yeah, that is a good accent, but not your best, but close.
Okay, don't.
Yeah, you know your best one.
Don't.
I'm sorry, you know which one's your best one.
You're right. I do know which is my best one. I'm not
I thought
opposed
it
to
was
giving
pretty
woman a little
good.
slap in the mouth once in a while. You got to slap her around a bit.
Well, that is a good one too.
My name is
Put
Juan
that at-
Sanchez Villalobos Ramirez, Chief Metallurgist to King Charles VI of Spain, and I am at your service.
Yep, that's a pretty good one.
Ha ha!
The old Sean Connery.
I know what you want.
Rabbit Test. That's what it was called. Rabbit Test.
1930.
Rabbit Test.
What?
Yeah.
Hang on.
Yeah, that
Um,
doesn't sound like a real movie.
It was.
1978.
It was terrible, and my mother said it was trash.
Oh, they're
so she
rare.
said, and I only saw a small little
And you
part
were
of it.
in it?
Do what?
Were you in it?
No.
Oh, I remember that
I
movie. I
was a
saw that
kid. I
on
was a
HBO.
little kid.
Yeah, same here, Doc.
Yeah.
What's up, Doc?
Hey, what's going on, folks?
Apparently, I'm up in the catbird seat for some reason.
Yeah.
Hi, Doc.
Cool.
Hey,
I want you to feel important, Shadow, because without you, my show would be nothing.
Oh dear God!
Wow. I'm just sitting over here like an asshole, holding my dick in my hand. Thanks
But
so
why
much.
would you think that, James?
Because if Shadow weren't on the show, then Bear would have no one to just F with nonstop.
That's fair.
And then the show
That's
wouldn't be
fair.
as funny.
Yeah,
That
Shadow would
somebody
be on the
barely-
street.
Bear
Oh,
F with
God knows what.
everybody.
Yeah, he does.
He does.
Hey,
Shadow,
hey,
all
hey,
this
hey.
Your party wasn't
With Shadow.
smart enough to
He
bring
does.
a lantern to the.
I don't fuck with nobody, man. I bust people's balls, but I don't
Yeah.
fuck with nobody.
Yeah, we bust a little
Like
ball.
the way the kids say, no cap.
No cat and
No
cat.
cap.
they
That
say
is-
that. What the hell does that
No
mean?
So, do any of you know anyone who crochets?
My
No
dad.
man. No.
You see, I cut the bags, the top and bottom off, and you have these circles, right? After I cut them. And then you take it and you loop it together like this. And then once you get a bunch of it, you roll it up in a ball and you crochet with this. and it's plastic, but it's strong.
Yeah, I never wanted to do heroin before, but suddenly I feel like banging junk is an option.
Just because you don't like crocheting, bad.
Just tease you, Janet. Jesus.
It's crafts.
Didn't we just go through this whole thing about I bust everybody's balls?
I don't have balls,
Well, that's pretty cool.
so I didn't know what this was called.
Hey, Janet,
Tops.
do me
Yeah.
a favor and show like later if you can like take a picture of how you do what you do. You know, like you said, you cut the handle off, etc. Because I already had like
I
5.
have some on under my craft area. on
Okay,
my-
I'll take a look because I already had like five prepper uses for what you just said. I'm like, that's actually
Why?
Cut the
Why,
ends off?
Jesus, why?
That doesn't make sense. Why would anyone want to do that? That's not fun.
Here's the thing: he lives in California, so the idea that he's prepping is just silly.
Yes.
The only thing he's prepping for is a gang of Mexicans to steal all of his shit.
they don't have to be Mexicans. It's California.
It's-
Think about it.
hey, it's California. As soon as shit hits the fan, you are getting robbed by MS-13. That's just what it is. Or the I don't know that other one.
The
But
Trendalagua.
yeah, everybody's always pissed off about. See, here's the problem with people who prep. 99% of them are just prepping for the guy who comes after them and kills them.
It's true.
That's nice. It's cool.
Well,
because
really,
they're gonna be like,
you're
shit, look at all
truthful
this loot I
because
got.
if you don't have someone to be awake while you're sleeping, someone's going to come.
Exactly.
I had somebody on my Ring doorbell. We saw it later. I didn't wake up when it happened. That came on my front porch, wandered around, picked up stuff, took pillows and stuff off my porch swing, and then went off the porch. And then the next day, when I went out to the coop, my pillows were in the coop. So he went out and slept out there and out in the middle of no place. So it's kind of scary thinking about
Yeah, I
it.
wouldn't like that.
I would check your property for all the like your fence posts and stuff, and start looking for those hobo hieroglyphics. Because just saying.
Yeah, that don't happen in Kentucky though, because somebody had killed him.
Remember, I had a bear on my
Tennessee,
porch,
You got to watch out for wealthy
Last year, too.
hillbillies
a big one,
because
like
they're
black
armed
bear.
to the teeth.
They're all armed. It's just a matter of how good of an arm they have.
Does no one set up booby traps?
Like if you got money,
Some
you
bungee
got
pits,
ARs and
some
shit.
dropping anvils. I'm a big
If you're
fan of the
broke,
dropping
you're using
anvil.
like surplus World War II rifle.
Have you seen the price of anvils lately? Come on, man.
Cheaper than a piano.
Yeah, and you can get them actually relatively cheap at Harbor Freight.
Harbor Freights.
Yeah,
sells
that's a
anvils.
store that sells like tools.
Yeah, like knockoff good tools, just cheap shit.
Yeah, well, I
I
mean,
go to the co-op and get stuff like that.
co-op sounds
Anvils?
like communist shit to me. I ain't
Can
Yeah,
you
they have
imagine? Can you
anvils
imagine
and
though,
big
Janet
co-op.
walking into the co-op being like, "Listen, I'm in the market for some bungee sticks. Anybody got anything that we could cut down for that?" Wow, what's going on? Hey, raccoons are robbing my chickens.
Yeah, and possums.
So I thought some tiger pits would handle that problem for me.
Well, possums don't attack and kill
I
chickens.
have a couple of traps. Yes, they do.
Oh yeah, they will.
Oh yeah.
Had,
They'll
possum
kill
problems.
your chickens. They'll chew their heads right off, just like raccoons do.
Foxes are worse, but possums will definitely go after them.
Yeah, at night. That's the problem.
I don't. Okay. I'm
It's
gonna
true.
believe
I
you.
promise. Look it up. I've
Look,
seen it.
I've had to get into fights with weasels, but never a raccoon or a freaking possum.
And if you go out to your coop
Nice,
to get
Bella.
eggs and you got a hen sitting there, you should make sure you lift the hen up and look under it because there could be a snake under there. Because you know a hen
There's a
won't get up.
snake in my boots.
There's a snake in my
so,
boots.
yeah.
That was a good movie.
My
But see,
buddy, he
hold
his
it like
girlfriend
this.
Had a
hmm
Okay. And then you cut the bottom off like that. And then the handle off. That's the only wastage you'll have.
So
Then you cut
Janet,
in loops like this. One loop. And then you
I got a
open it.
question for you.
Yeah.
What's the next convention you're going to? Because I want to teach you how to play Epic 40K.
What's that?
You know all these tanks I'm making? That.
Oh, with tanks? You fight
Oh
with
yeah,
tanks?
I'll let you pick the army too.
So it's like the game Risk?
Mechanicum.
It's
Kind
like
of a
Risk?
cooler.
No, you played on like a table so that it's got terrain and stuff. And then you move your army men around and then roll dice to see.
But do you have a video or anything with it on your channel?
No, but believe me, there's millions of videos
Well, send
about
me
it.
a link on my Discord,
I will.
and then I will watch it so I can see.
So
Now
would
I
you
watched a
rather
couple
play-
of shows with
Let
Bruce
me
was
ask you the
showing me
question, though.
some
Would
stuff.
you rather play cybernetic assholes, post-human super killing machines, average Joes that just happen to join the army, or dudes that drive around in giant mech suits?
I don't know. I don't have a clue.
I don't think the ass would be the first cybernetic upgrade I'd get.
It might though,
probably-
because
I
the
would probably
mechanical
like
of
regular
Mars,
dudes.
maybe they don't want to poop
We
anymore.
lost Bear completely.
Regular guys just riding around in tanks. I mean, it just doesn't make any
Yeah,
sense.
so you want to play my Solar Auxiliary Army. Nice. I like the
I
Imperial
wonder
Guard.
what Bear did Bear leave?
No, he'll be back.
No, here's the thing. When I feel like Bear needs a break, I just start talking about Warhammer.
Why? What's wrong with Warhammer?
He's not a miniature guy.
He's not a miniatures guy, so like if I start talking Warhammer,
his eyes just glaze over.
he goes and
back
gets
to
himself
normal.
some coffee or something while we're. But I mean, I don't know. Then I can brag to everybody that I taught a girl how to play 40K.
Well, I
And
might
that's
want
how
to
you
learn how to
build
play.
your viewer base, James.
That would make me like one of maybe 3 dudes in history.
Really, it's only 3 women have ever played the game.
No women have ever really truly played.
Yeah,
the
I
game
don't think
in my
any
opinion.
women have actually ever played the game.
I used to play,
Nice.
like army men where we'd throw because remember I was a tomboy, so I played with the boys. So we used to take like our little firecrackers and throw them at our army men troops and stuff like that.
Which is fun.
And I had a real GI Joe that had real hair on his
I
chin.
remember those, the big ones.
Yeah.
No, most women who claim that they play 40K, really, they're just like a prop for their boyfriend.
Oh.
What
So they
about
don't actually play 40K? They're just kind of hanging out.
what
If I
about
can look
Naomi
at
from
it
Sword
and see if I
Steel?
can understand it, then I might be able to try
Oh,
it.
Naomi, the one that wore the like gray beard when she watched Hate Monger talk about women.
Yes.
Do you know I found 28 and 32 millimeter scale STLs for the Hate Marines? I may print those bastards out. Like an army of Hate Marines. Hate Monger, Ryan, all of them.
To clarify,
To clarify. where we
my
from.
favorite parts of that entire conversation while I was making my coffee in the kitchen was that you were talking about me, so clearly that's a good thing. 2, Janet says, "Oh, like Risk," to which you said, "No, it's played at a table and you move your armies and then you roll dice," which is exactly the description of Risk. Just in case we're wondering, by
No,
the
it's
way.
not,
That's hard
because
to
Risk
say.
is played on a
What risk are you
board.
talking about?
40K is not played on a board.
You didn't state that. You said, and
A
I
table.
quote,
You
"It's
said
played
table.
at a table. You move your armies around,
Well,
and then
look,
you roll dice."
I expect Janet to be smart enough to understand what I'm saying.
Okay, well, that
I'm
was your
smart.
first mistake. You're explaining something that she's never seen or heard of.
But
And
I
not being
still
detailed.
expected her
All right,
to be
all right.
smart
Hang
enough
on,
to
hang on.
understand it.
Second of all, I didn't leave because you were talking about 40K this time. It's because I don't
This
fucking want to hear
time.
about macrameing fucking plastic bags.
Yeah, I
I
haven't
was just sitting there
macrame
going,
forever.
the fuck is happening? I was trying to say something, and then suddenly we're talking about plastic
Well,
bags. I'm like, oh,
what
that's
else
my
can
cue
I
to get a
do?
fucking
I'm
cup of
sitting here.
coffee. There we
Janet,
go.
Thing
This
I
time
have.
it wasn't me, it was
I
you.
can't sew at my sewing machine because it's behind me.
See, not even listening to a word I said, just going on about plastic macrame. I swear to God.
Okay, I'll swap doing
No,
it.
it's okay, Janet. It's adorable. It's very cute.
I mean, it's the only thing I have right now. Unless I just want to
That's
sit here
why
and play
you
with my
need
toys.
Do we need to start a GoFundMe for you, Janet?
That's why she needs to get into like
No,
legions and
for
periodicals.
what?
Then she'd
I
have
have-
Well, you said that's all you have, and I'm like,
Oh no, I have a lot of shit.
okay,
All right.
it's just
I got a
clarifying.
house full of shit.
Janet
I
plays
folded
in
all
like
of it.
5 games now. Janet has a life. She's a nerd.
Yeah,
She's
this
accepted.
is it. This is my
She's
life.
one
right
of
here.
us. But because she's one of us, she's now free fucking game for me to make fun of her and bust her chops because she's now one of us.
Mhm.
Isn't she in a couple of your games?
Yes, she is.
They
right.
could have sworn.
Yeah, we were supposed to have one.
She
today.
is still the great flautist of D&D history. She
That
is-
was the funniest shit. The whole party's dying and she's hiding upstairs playing a flute.
No, I was the only smart one because I told them don't open the door multiple times. That you're gonna die because they closed it and put this stuff on it for a reason. That's what the carving said on the wall. And when Bear said, "What do you want to do?" and I said, "Well, how far away is the stairs from the door?" He said, "Like 90 feet." And I said, "Well, that's where I'm going."
Yeah.
And he said, "Okay." Every one of them wanted to open the door. So as soon as they started to open the door, I went up the rope and then I just played my flute while they all
and then,
cried.
and then you're like, I'll play my flute to help them while they're
It reminded
dying.
me of that meme where you got like the little kid crying and he's got a guitar. And it's like the bard while the rest of the group is dying. And the
I don't
kid's
know.
playing
It
the
was
guitar,
fun.
but he's crying.
We
his eyes
laughed.
out.
Yes.
We
laughed
Good
a lot.
times. Good.
Oh, that was a good one. And
But no,
everyone's
Janet's
dying.
in the most boring ass superhero game I've ever run, where for 3 weeks straight they've had nothing but team fucking meetings that just do not fucking end.
Well, to be fair though, are they doing
Hey,
their,
it's
are
going to
they
end
getting
after what
their-
I did last
their-
time.
are they getting all of their RTS reports in or whatever they're called?
Their TPS.
TPS.
Yeah,
They're getting their
the
TPS reports in with the
Is
new
that what's
cover, no
going on?
less.
Like they're not getting their TPS reports in.
I have a question. What in the hell is a TPS report?
I don't know. I've never worked in
From
an
Office
office or in a
Space?
corporate environment.
I've seen Office Space, but what actually is a TPS report? Is that an actual thing, or did they make that up?
I'm not going to yell at my wife and ask her, but she probably does know
I don't know.
because she does kind of work in that field. So yeah,
I have to wait 2 more weeks to see whether or not I killed everyone again. Another
Was that,
day.
was that the same guy who does King of the Hill?
yes,
Yes, Mike Judge.
Okay.
Okay,
he's in the
so,
movie as the idiot telling
Test
Jennifer
procedure
Aniston.
specification.
Yeah,
A technical document used in software engineering to detail how to perform a test.
Yeah,
I don't know if you guys heard of
he's
it.
the
Okay, look,
idiot.
it's pretty obscure, and you might not have heard of it. It's called Google, and it'll
I'll
pretty much
get
tell you
ready to look
anything
it
you
up.
want to fucking know. But you guys never heard of that. Shadow has.
I was
Shadow
just doing that.
why would we have to do it when we got you?
Right?
My
You fall for it every time. It's like,
Canadian brother, you are my
Sometimes.
Google.
I'm your Google. All right, I'll be your Google. Let me look up old fucking asshole and see what I get. Oh, look, it's a picture of you. Ha ha.
You're probably standing beside me, so
I am. And Shadow's going, guys, hear me out.
Hear me out. Yeah, hear me out. Those leather-clad homos over there. Hear me out.
Listen, leather wolves here. Hear me out. This could be a fun night if we play our cards right, Shadow.
Oh no, too straight for D&D though. Still, my favorite is where I'm all like, I don't think we should have hired the henchmen, and Shadow's like, I think they're fabulous.
I think they're fantastic.
Yeah, and one guy's like, it's all queer over here, guys, and the other one's like, you silly Billy.
I gotta ask: was that in the Blue Oyster on Police Academy?
The dude got people from the Blue Oyster and put them in the meme.
Yep.
They're a bunch of leather, like
Leather
biker
daddies.
gay
They're all
dudes,
leather daddies.
and they're freaking in a dungeon. Apparently, Shadow hired them to be our henchmen, and I'm not happy about it. And one of them keeps trying to rub his ass on Bear. Like I'm saying, you'll see the memes. I'll have Haas hook you up or send them to you or something. I have a meme guy. He watches all the shows. He makes the memes.
James, wearing something.
Of course, the best one was Bear and Imperatus Forlani.
Witness me. Here you go. Let's play
Oh,
Two
there
Straight
it
for
is.
Modern
Yeah.
D&D number 4. The gang gets lost in the hardwood forest. The water's fine, fellas. Come on in. We'll show you the way. If you play and stay. Meanwhile, this is how James and I look. James like Rod left the building. I love that face. Okay, hear me out.
Wait, hear me out.
God, Shadow, I'm sorry. That's pretty dank, man.
Oh,
There's
they're
no coming
fucking.
back from
Oh.
that one.
That's
They're
a
dank
pretty
as
tame-
fuck,
You
but they're
guys
funny.
clip perfectly.
Yeah, that's pretty tame.
You
There's
almost
some
look like
of
the
them that are
three
really-
wise
I
men.
got it. I loved my favorite one though. Still has to be this one. Two Straight for Modern D&D number 2.
Number
This is
two.
my favorite one ever. Let's play Two Straight for D&D number 2, the Booty Snuggle Boogaloo. And all this is happening. And James, I believe in one God, Father Almighty. Creator of heaven and earth. I'm just drinking at this point, and there's Shadow. Dibs on the ogre.
I think there's
That
even
smile
like,
on my face is just classic too.
yeah, he got
Oh,
this.
this is so fucking
Dear
funny.
God, he had to search far and wide for that. You know what I mean?
Because
This
the
is so
thing
funny.
is, it turns out we're too straight to play D&D now.
Yep.
That's sad in a way, I guess. Maybe I don't know.
Yeah. Thank God he didn't take what
No,
I
the
said
best
to
one is the one
Bruce.
where Bear says, "This is why I fucking hate D&D."
Really? I don't know that one. Which one's that?
It's a too straight for D&D one. We're in the dungeon, and my character's like, "I think we're in the wrong dungeon, guys." And you're like, "This is why I fucking hate D&D." And Shadow's like, "Hold on a minute, though." And
Yeah,
there's
I'm trying to
other
find it.
daddies
Hang
in
on.
it. It's one of the older ones. But you're just like, "This is why I hate D&D." And it's just like, yeah, that's pretty good.
Oh, it's Wrong Turn at Albuquerque. Here, I found it. This is actually a really good one.
Yeah.
Here you go, James. So it says Wrong Turn at Albuquerque. The gay guys are going, fresh fish. Bears always welcome. Are we in the right dungeon? Hell yes. This is why I hate D&D.
Who's the
And I don't
guy
know who
on
the
the
fuck
right?
this guy is.
I know, right?
Who the fuck is this guy?
Is that Ryan Akaba?
I have no idea.
Could be.
That's just hilarious. He's God. I might have some work for this guy if he's interested. I can use some thumbnails. I'll tell you that much.
Well, I have no idea who he is. I know two things about him. He said if he ever upset me, he would stop, and he's Orthodox Christian, and he found my channel because he's Orthodox Christian.
Well, that's a good.
Yeah,
bonus.
it sounds a little thin, but okay.
Because apparently he's not really a gamer, but he listens to us.
Yeah, the likelihood that that's how he found you is pretty suspect.
Dude, like a third of the people that watch my channel found me because of Orthodoxy.
Is
Really?
is that in your hashtags?
It could be. Plus,
He's done a
you
couple
know,
of, I know that James has done a couple of videos on the Orthodox, and he's talked about
Okay.
it at length. So it probably comes up on.
Okay,
Search
because
where
I
like if
everything
somebody
like
types
that.
in Orthodoxy, I might be showing up. Plus, a lot of dudes, they notice the icons behind me immediately. And they're like, "Oh, this guy's got a bunch of, Russian Orthodox icons on the wall." He, maybe he's a whatever or whatever. But Shub the Diwali.
All I know is I serve Imperator Forlani V8 witness me.
Witness
Hear me
me.
out, you guys.
What's up, George?
I'm glad.
Oh
he didn't
yeah,
do the
one of my
one-
playlists is an actual Orthodoxy playlist.
Oh, okay,
full of
because I never
different
see that stuff. I only see these streams.
And then on my Discord, I've got a whole channel based around Orthodoxy. It's just I don't try and push it on people all the time.
Oh,
you know?
okay.
just kinda-
I'm sorry, Crafting Gamer. I just now turned on the chat. So give me a second. Let me get it.
Uh-oh. Crafting Gamer. Google was invented in 1998. I'm older than Google. Dude, I'm like 40 years older than Google. Not really, but 20. I grew up where there was no internet. Phones were nailed to walls if you're lucky enough to have one.
right?
The remote for the TV was you.
Or your
Because
little
dad
brother.
or grandpa or whatever would be like, "Turn the channel."
I was like the satellite dish. I just stand there and hold the rabbit ears until the picture.
Oh,
was good.
fuck
Okay, it's
around
good.
with the aluminum.
Yeah, but then when the picture goes, okay, stay there, don't move.
That is not cool. See,
No.
my parents.
I watched
gave
a
me
lot of
gun
shows on a
told me to go
downward
find
angle.
my
Let me
way.
tell you.
Make Janet bigger.
Make Janet bigger. Feed her pizza and ice cream.
Okay, how do I do that?
How do
Right
you
on
do that?
Janet. When you put the mouse over her, there'll be an arrow thing, like 2 arrows. Click on that, and it'll make her the big screen.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Bear.
You're welcome.
Okay.
What is it? What is that? Is that a bread man? What is that? Oh, okay.
It's
It's a
a
fucking.
fighter.
It's a horse.
It's a
Jesus Christ.
sister of. It's one of the holy sisters from Warhammer 40K.
Why is she
Okay,
not
I'm gonna have
wearing
to get that
pants?
menu. That's nice.
She's got pants. It's just that she painted her armor like a whitish color.
No, she didn't paint it. TCG did it for her.
No,
Well,
she
whoever.
doesn't have pants on. No, I'm kidding. She does.
No, she's wearing power armor. Get out
Yeah,
here. I got
It,
that.
it looks like
I
she-
hold it closer to the camera. It's hard to see.
See,
it's a miniature.
she's got
It looks-
a foot
her
on
legs
the
look
tactical
fresh
rock. She's got the bolt gun. She's got the power sword.
Yeah. She's asking me to subscribe to her OnlyFans. Do me a favor.
No, it is. It says lonely.
She is not asking about that because she's already married to the Emperor of Mankind and
Yeah,
she's
whatever.
a good girl.
Whatever.
Well, I'm just saying that's the sisters, you know. They're you know,
She's
Imperial
a
bride.
warrior, right?
I have a coffee. I can't go make another one, James.
Yeah, it's 40K
Warrior.
stuff.
You do the same arrow
How
now,
do you
James.
drink
There you
coffee at
go.
this hour, Bear, and go to sleep.
I'm sorry, you my fucking mother?
I'm wondering. Yeah, got a problem.
I keep
can't
odd
drink
hours.
anything past 10. I'm at the age.
Yeah, okay, what time do you go to bed at, old man?
Well, let me see here. Oh,
To be fair, I'm usually
at
in
about
bed by 8.
I'll go to bed at about 9:30. Wake up at about 4:45. Make coffee.
Oh,
Sit in bed for 15
ooh.
minutes and cry. Then I have to go to work.
Then take a shower and cry in the shower while you eat cookies.
No, I was gassed up this morning. I worked out. I was benching like 240 on the bench today, foaming at the mouth for some reason.
Nice.
I'm most active in the morning, but I lose power the moment it goes past noon. I'm ready for my nap.
So
I
you're
call it
kind of
the
like that
Biden
one
sleep.
superhero that was powered by the sun.
Superman?
No. He had a falcon,
Birdman.
and he was powered by the sun. And when the sun
Birdman.
went away, he just fell asleep.
Birdman. Also
I-
known as
I- okay.
Harvey Birdman, attorney at law.
Okay, there you go.
That is a grossly underrated cartoon.
It really is. Did you get that thing I sent you? That thing.
Cookies on dolls. Ha ha.
I just like how Gigi would like make out with everybody but him. She has her
Yeah.
whole tongue. She has her whole head in the hippo's mouth, making out with him.
Like
That show was so
I like
fucking
when the
good.
boss would just like leave weird messages on his phone,
So you know who that is? That's
In a-
Peter.
and then he'd
Monaghan.
always end it with or some shit, you know. Ah.
Awkward. Meanwhile, OGG's out hipstering fucking
Solar
Shadow.
the Atom. Okay, maybe, but
I've never heard of
went down
Solar
the
the
fucking-
Atom.
And then, of course, goes
Really?
to
You never heard of
America.
Solar Empowered by the man? Solar of the Atom. He was Gold Key Comics, I think, published that.
No.
Oh, is my internet effing up
James.
again?
No, James, you're glitching, James. You're glitching, James. You're glitching.
I'm glitching.
I used the, you know, this is going to sound really sad, but when I was growing up, like all of those
That
old
makes sense.
Hanna-Barbera cartoons made me feel like I had friends. Peter Potamus and what's his name?
Nope. Nope.
Sniper
Too easy.
Whiplash.
Nope.
Magilla Gorilla.
Nope.
Yabble dabble.
Bear is out again. We found another one of his.
You're not ready for the level of abuse I could heap on you there. That's the problem. I don't know you well enough to go that deep into it. So I got to be like, and let it go.
Look,
Because you're setting yourself up.
the Swiss Space Family Robinsons or whatever was like cool as shit.
Look at the Herculoids.
That's it. They rode around on the rhino thing that shot rocks out of its nose.
Yeah, it's
And
the
they had
Herculoids, I
Gleep and
think.
Gloop.
Yeah,
Yeah, that
I
shit
don't know
was
though. I was looking at the Herculoids, and it was kind of weird because the dad's running around in a dress and a tiara, a skirt and a tiara. So
What?
go
Yeah,
look at
Yeah,
You're
he
from
doesn't like
California. How could that possibly disturb you?
gay.
Yeah, I thought
Pretty
that's
gay.
probably dress code in that state.
I don't know. You tend to really like the gay dungeons, though.
No.
At least that's what I
That is
heard in the
true.
memes.
You're the one that's always trying to have us
you
hear you out.
putting too much stock in memes might not be a
So
great idea.
he's wearing trunks,
A skirt
not
and a
skirt.
tiara.
It's trunks, not a skirt, because it goes right up into his groin. He does have a circlet or something on his head, but they are also dressed like sort of proto-Egyptians. So did that just right by you, huh? The whole
Yeah,
Egyptian
circlets
angle.
are cool, man. If I had enough gold to have a gold circlet, I'd wear it all the time.
Would you wear a torque?
Hell yeah. Even though I'm not Irish or Celtic
Nice.
or anything. I still would, though.
Wait,
As a
your
matter of
name's
fact, I would
McKee.
only wear a torque when I fought.
Your name's McKee. How are you not
Well,
Irish?
how am I not Irish? And I don't know. I don't know how that worked out.
I mean, it was the 70s. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
Everything was a little gay in the 70s, Shadows. You do have a point.
It happens. I have an Italian last name. I'm not Italian at all.
Right. And like,
These things happen.
the funniest thing is my whole life, my mom, for some wild reason, always like absolutely despised Germans.
There are apparently the image that I saw made it look like a skirt. Just saying. Plus, it was what
The image he saw, and then that led to that rabbit hole, and he was suddenly off on Grindr.
You know, there's this thing in Warhammer that I think Shadow might be imbibing in called head canon. And that's where you have the actual canon of a thing, but then you make up your own shit in your head. No? Okay. Yeah, Bear, I don't know. My mom hates Germans. I get a DNA test. I'm 50% German. She's like, how'd that happen? I'm like, you tell me, you're my mom, which means you're at least 50% German too. She's like, damn it. And I'm like, you guys stop hating Germans now. But she also made me watch the Holocaust when I was like 7. So I could
watch
probably...
it like the VHS collection? What the fuck do you mean watch the Holocaust?
It was on TV as a special.
Oh, okay. So like a TV. I was like, what the fuck?
The TV show.
I'm 50% German, and I had to watch the Holocaust. What?
No, you remember they had that like.
What kind of corporal punishment was that? Damn.
And my
I was
mom
going to
had
say
to
German
watch it.
Columbia House was a lot different than the one we had in Canada. That's all I'm saying.
And she
House.
always said she hated Germans, and that turns out our family is predominantly German and Slavic. And it's like, ah, you know,
Surprise.
surprise.
I sent you I sent you a link if you want to share it in Discord.
In Discord.
Yeah, it's a new lingerie that's coming out.
It's the new
from Kim
style.
Kardashian. Have you guys heard about it?
I think I have actually.
You have?
I think I have.
haven't
I
paid
think.
attention to lingerie since
Oh,
was on
yeah, come on,
fuck.
Bear.
USA.
You were talking about the milkmaids the other night. You can talk about these gherkins.
It's
Nope.
Nope. It's
I don't
it's
think
not
we're
for
doing
your
it.
channel, James.
Nope, I don't think we're doing it.
It is though for Shadow's Halloween costume, so that'll work out well for him.
However, Janet, did you listen
Let
to
put it in the private chat so that at least you guys can see
you
what
can
it
put
is.
it in the private chat.
Yeah.
No,
There
apparently
you
I'm
go.
everybody's. I'm all your computer bitch tonight. All right, let me go ahead and take care of that, Mistress Janet. There you
No,
are.
I don't really know how to do all that
The
stuff.
Holocaust
Really,
You don't know how to copy paste? How long you been using computers for? A
copy
day?
paste. Okay, well, I found it on my phone, so I have to go look it up on the computer.
It's okay. I
in
posted
there.
it, Janet. It's already posted. You can
Okay,
relax.
going
now.
into private
But
chat.
that's all right.
What-
Appreciate it.
I
You
am
guys
not
can-
regardless of
you
what
you guys, I
got
just want to
into.
see you guys look at it and tell me what you think. You don't have to say it
Oh
out
my
loud. Just
gosh. Now I have to look.
what I saw.
What are
the-
we
I
looking
just-
at?
I just-
Janet, why are you laughing so hard?
because it's just the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life, and they're gonna probably make millions off of it. That's what's
Oh, what is she doing? What? Underwear
Janet,
that looks like
Janet,
hair?
the word you were
yeah,
looking for
because
is,
so many
is not,
people now don't have any because they shave it off. So now they can put it on and wear it around like they're natural, all natural or whatever. It's just the dumbest shit I ever heard.
and
People
Janet,
pay a lot of money for it.
the word isn't gherkin, it's merkin. That's what an M-
Merkin or whatever. See,
Gherkin,
I told
as
I don't know that much
OGG
about
said,
that stuff.
gherkins are pickles, Gurkhas kill you. So you know.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
disgusting. Oh my God,
Put a little
no.
pickle on the outside of it, then call it a gherkin. I'm sorry.
No,
Oh,
that's
that's bad.
wrong on so many
Janet.
levels. It's like I'm watching The Howling.
I know, isn't it horrible?
What
I'm just
fucking
trying to-
version of the Howling did you see, sir?
I keep falling asleep during the third one, but I keep finishing the first one.
Was it the Howling, a Triple X parody? Was that the one you were watching?
No,
My-
okay, so they
Subtitle:
okay, in the
My
third
vagina's a
one-
werewolf. What?
In the third one, the chick wakes up and she's like part werewolf and she's got like a fuzzy belly, and the guy's just like fine sleeping next to her for some reason. Like he looks down and she's got all these like disgusting pubes.
Pubes are gross. What was the human race thinking? That's so disgusting. Having hair.
Terrible.
Ugh.
It's like
Animal magnetism.
believe me, when I rented the movie Room Raider, I was surprised. I thought it was going to be about the video game.
Yeah, when I got Avengers Endgame XXX, I thought it was like a cross between, and no boy, it was a whole other Endgame.
A whole other end game. Right?
Shadow would have loved that one. In fact, I think he produced it.
I'll have to get on so I
Is that
can
how
write.
Shadow retired quickly? He did
Pretty
stuff in the
much.
valley in that industry.
Pretty much. He lives in the right state and he's got connections with Mexicans and Filipinos. So, and they do make the best boy toys, I've been told.
Where did the Filipino thing come from? That's the first I've heard of it.
Come on. Everybody knows that Filipinos make the best twinks. Duh.
I wouldn't know.
The best what?
Twinks.
What is it? Twink?
Bear, you're a bear. Don't act like you don't know.
Fuck, are we going on about now?
I don't know. I don't understand. What are you
We're
saying?
stumbling, Bruce.
You don't know what a
what?
twink
I'm
is,
just
Janet?
gonna do
You know what a
anything to
twink
get
is?
what
Twinkies?
Janet did out
No.
of my brain.
So a twink is a gay guy that looks very feminine. Femboy is another word.
Oh,
And a lot of them are very much Filipino or Asian.
because they're hairless mostly, aren't they? They don't have hairy chests and all that
I-
stuff.
Guess that would be the reason, yeah.
And they're tiny. You know, they're real dainty and stuff.
Yeah. Janet, do you eat edibles? They think you're
So,
high, Janet.
and this
No,
is going to
I
sound
haven't
crazy,
had
but
any edibles.
could someone tell me more about the Imperitatis Legionis, fuck your motheress, whatever the hell it's called, please?
Legionis
It's 30K,
Imperialis.
except very
Yeah, sure, that thing. Tell me about that. Just get us off this conversation, please.
It's 30K except small, so you can have more.
Oh, so it's like a twink version of 40K. Is that what we're saying?
So you were telling me what a twink was.
Actually, to be
what is it?
fair, it's a
It's
hipster
smaller
version
and
of 40K.
It's a hipster 40K game. Shadow, you must have like a subscription.
No,
He does own it though. Don't let him lie.
I own some of it, not what he's specifically talking about, but yeah.
Yeah.
The
So
original
you
old
guys
school-
like these glasses?
What?
Do you like my glasses?
I can't even see your glasses.
Oh,
'Cause
good.
They're not real.
Which
They're
means
not
I
real
must need
glasses.
Glasses.
There's no glass in
Wait, I
them.
got glasses.
They're props. But I like them. I think these are nice. If I ever do get glasses, I'm going to get something like these.
Nice.
Yeah, I got a whole bag. I got to take all the lenses out of them. I found tons of cool glasses to wear for different stuff, but I can't see to read or anything if I have glass in them. They're real.
Hey, Doc, I meant to ask you something last night
Yep.
when we were listening to the music and you were giving your comments on that. What's the name of the bitch who hurt you?
Wow,
Wow, that was a hell of a-
I will prepare a list for you. It'll take a few days to compile.
Oh,
Thank you.
that was a hell of a lead up, though. Wow.
Oh, dude, did you watch the show last night?
No, I did not. I was in the game.
Oh, Doc was in therapy. It was awesome. It
It was fun. It was a fun.
was a good time.
I had a good
You
time.
mean here on James's show?
No, my channel, when I do new music, sometimes they
Oh,
get on,
okay.
I play the music for them, and they comment on it.
'Cause James
Janet always invents these like really elaborate stories about it. They're always really interesting. They have nothing to do with the song, but Janet's convinced, and it works out well. And for some reason, last
he
night,
asked me what it makes me feel like when I listen to it, and what the person must be going through when they.
by the way, those words have never come out of my mouth. My only words are, "What'd you think of that?" That's all I ask.
You always talk about the album at the very beginning, and their
you guys
reason
go
behind
off
the
and
album.
invent a bunch of shit, and it's hilarious, and I love it. Don't ever change. Keep doing it. It's fucking chef's kiss good. But Doc last night was working out his issues with women. It was fucking interesting.
Oh.
I'm trying to include you in the conversation, Doc.
Yeah, he's just been sitting there quietly, like plotting all of our deaths.
I've been I realized I hadn't eaten in over 24 hours, so I made a bowl of soup real quick. So that's
Well,
why I
that's
was in
probably
and
a
out.
good idea. Yeah.
Yeah, you should
The
eat.
soup's a side dish. Go get some real food.
Yeah, like
What kind of soup?
It was steak and potato.
Mm,
Oh, nice.
that's not soup. That's stew.
You're
Well,
right.
whatever. It's in a bowl.
in a bowl.
It's liquid.
It's
got
things. Who cares?
That could
The
be
fuck
soup.
crash, you crazy man. Stew soup. That's why I love you. You're so crazy.
But it's cereal soup.
No.
Well, Doc,
Wow.
weren't you in the army?
Yes.
So, I mean, I get you then.
What, was that a
I
backhanded
understand,
compliment
brother.
or something?
Okay, hey, speaking of soup and cereal, my boy
Mhm.
does this thing that freaking is weird as hell. He takes a bag of goldfish, the snacks, the little goldfish crackers,
Mm-hmm.
pours it in a bowl, and then adds milk.
Oh,
weird.
no, I've heard about this. Yeah. It's a strong indicator that he may be a serial killer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does it
No,
sound weird?
you might want to
though?
keep an eye on the
No.
animals and the pets in your
I
neighborhood.
don't think it sounds weird. It's just something he likes.
Yeah, but it's just
No,
weird.
no.
It's like I don't know.
Crackers
No, I've heard
is
of
a little
that shit
strange.
before. It's weird.
There has to be a line between what's acceptable and what is not.
Well,
Jim.
my mother used to take peanuts and put them in her Coke and drink.
Oh yeah, that's awesome.
So okay, but so I'm
That's
just saying it doesn't mean anything. It just means that's something you like.
I
And
think
Or
like
your mother also
Coca-Cola
was a
in
serial
my milk.
killer.
How about that?
I
Well,
think
she
he
had
picked
5
it up
daughters
from,
that didn't kill any of us. So
Well,
I
maybe
think
she was like.
you guys remember
she was
That's what
insane.
makes you a serial killer.
the fish just
Yes,
wants to swim. That's
maybe.
nice. Good. You guys remember the show Good Mythical Morning?
Yes, of
Nope.
course.
Okay, I think he picked it up from then. And mind you, it's been like 8 years since we watched that show, and he just like pulled that nugget out of his memory and decided to try it. And now every day, not every day because the goldfish run out, but whenever he can, he does that. Yeah, milk and Pepsi. Never tried that.
Schlemizel.
Yeah, milk and-
Mazel,
well-
Cosmothep Incorporated. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
I would never, ever in a million years drink Pepsi, but milk and Coca-Cola is good.
I don't
It
drink
just seems
Coke.
weird and
I
wrong
don't
to
drink
me.
any soda.
What do you got against
I did try because I saw an old commercial on YouTube and it just sounded weird, so I decided to try it. Hot Dr. Pepper. It's vile. Apparently, they were trying to sell this as like a winter thing at one point. I was like, interesting. Let me
Really?
try that. And it was utterly disgusting.
Yeah, it sounds.
I've never had a hot soda except when I was in the Gulf, but I've drunk my share of hot, like 3-week-old beer.
Now, not like just warm or room temperature, like heated, like steaming.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It's
I live in
gross.
Florida, man. If you leave it in the car, it's cooked. For real.
Mhm.
For real. I mean, that's why, like, when they ask the questions of what it's like to live in Florida. It's like, okay, you pull into the mall. There's a spot open really close to the store, and there's a spot open. It's really far from the store, but there's shade. Which one do you pick?
Shade every time.
You pick the shade because you go in the store. If you're in there for 45 minutes, when you come out, your car's going to be like 200 degrees. You won't even be able to touch the steering wheel. It'll melt your hands off. So, yeah, walk a little longer and park in shade. See, he knows. He's from Florida, too. He's working hard. See, when I moved to Kentucky, Doc will officially have claimed the title of the Florida man, at least in this channel. Unless Hungar shows up. Hungar was actually born in Orlando, so he's like literally Florida man.
It all makes sense now.
He
Yeah.
said he was a dumpster troll.
I told him his whole life that my mom found him behind a dumpster in the black neighborhood.
Now I know where he gets his
That's
mean streak from.
horrible.
You know, me and your brother go down such rabbit holes together on Instagram.
Oh, I know. I call him like every day, and he tells me about the shit you and him get into. It almost makes me want to get an Instagram account.
I feel I'm in a darker place now,
Just
and that I need
because-
therapy. My
You
inner
know.
voice is never used to talk
Instagram's
this
better
way.
than Facebook, at least.
Oh, I never listened to the inner voices. I'd be in jail.
But that's a good thing. Yeah. So like last night I called Hungar and the first thing he said was, me and Holy Diver on Instagram. Oh my God. He said this, and then like 150 people said that. So then I came in and said that. I'm like, wow. Okay. Sounds
All I
fun.
did was hurl a few insults. I insulted one chick with a septum piercing, and then these white knights crawled out of the woodwork.
Yeah, you're not allowed to
fend off
insult
my
women.
ladies' honor.
I mean, that's just a rule.
Disgusting.
No matter how stupid they are, and no matter how little they know about 40K, and no matter how much they're bitching about wanting trans space marines, you're not allowed to say anything bad. Because then all the idiots come out of nowhere and start freaking, how dare you?
And then you have a party, right?
How dare you?
And then you give him some roofies, and Shadow has a baby oil party.
Shut up.
God.
That is one thing that's funny about the last episode of Hate Marines with Hate Monger. He shoots the female space marine right in the face, but before he pulls the trigger, he says, "You are not canon," and blows her head off. It's like, that's right.
Oh, is that they have a Patreon version? That must have been on the Patreon.
And then they try to sell you a bunch of lunch boxes and shit.
Well, you know, I give those guys a lot of credit because animation is extremely expensive. It's extremely expensive to do what they do and still stay independent because people have made offers to buy them to get them the right. But once you get bought up by somebody with that kind of money, you sold your soul.
Yeah.
You've sold. I mean, some of the cartoons that they've done have been completely demonetized. As a matter of fact, I need to go over to that video again and at least give them the price of admission to a movie. There was another guy. I did a short film on Rumble called Alien Monday, which I think everybody should check out, and it's really good. And I sent him the price of admission after I watched it.
I love the Hate Marine videos because it's like they're such an awesome parody of 40K. Like when the Marines invade the world and they start like grabbing all the young boys, and then the one Marine grabs all the girls in a sack and starts chucking them into a volcano.
He's like, yuck, yuck.
And then the boys, they like chain them to a wall and they like, it says, now introducing the Space King's globules. And you just see the little boy just turn into like this 900-pound muscled up
Well,
dude.
did you see
Throw
on
him at
each
the
side? So they got this giant set of testicles that they inject into the boy, but you see these two little walnuts get pulled out on the other side.
Yeah, they take the kid's actual testicles out and replace them with Space King testicles. Then the kid just turns into
And
this
then they like
muscle
just
bound
they bulk up and start foaming at the mouth. That's how I felt while I was working out this morning at 5 in the
Yeah.
morning.
And then they put them in armor and just set them loose against the world. It's like, "Argh." And the one guy's name is Hate Monger, and he's got a talking mace called Hate Mace. I love the one when they're talking about women, and they're like, and these women, they have this thing where they can actually carry a small child. How they get there, we don't really know.
Because none of them got to puberty the natural way. They just went from boy to giant hulking man.
Yeah, like
That's
the whole
best.
army is like 10-year-old boys that just got turned into like 9-foot tall muscle bound maniacs. And then he's like, women also have these. They're called boobies. We must not look at boobies. The boobies were created to test us and try to make us betray the space game. And it, I mean, it's basically every kind of funny meme about 30 of a Warhammer, but made animated, you know? There's even the one where the one guy, like, Exterminatus is a planet, and it turns out he's on the wrong planet. So they get all pissed off at him.
No, that's the best one. They just had to go to the moon and pick up the relic. Instead, they crushed an entire race of people in like a day.
Yeah, they genocided the chicken people. Who,
They
in my
had
opinion,
Haymarker
are
beating
stand-in
the
for
crap
the
out of
cow.
one. How's the interrogation going?
Good night, Janet.
Good night,
Bye,
Jen.
Janet.
Good night, everybody.
It's about my
See
bedtime.
you
too.
scared
We
her
need
off,
to-
DM James.
See you
Got me
later.
nerding out.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure those chicken people are supposed to be like Tao or something.
They're like, you can't talk.
And he's like, I have this thing that will translate their language. He jabs it in the dude's skull and he just starts screaming. Ah! It's so effed up, man. But yeah. You know who I've been watching lately too? I think I mentioned this to you a while back. That Italian dude
The Metatron?
that talks about lore videos. And like in the video, it's him and like another Italian named Pio. And like the last video I watched, he talked about how like Major Kill was a piece of shit. And the whole video was about the importance of lore and how, you know, the people who keep trying to change the lore need to all like, you know, be kicked out of the hobby or whatever. He apparently really, really hates Primaris Marines too. So I can totally agree with that.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the Call of Duty vibe that the Primaris guys give off and everything. I mean, truth be told, it was
You're
just a way to. They had to upscale everything to get you to buy it again because that's it. That's all that they had. I
Right.
wish I could have been a fly on the boardroom for that one. Like, okay, we'll make Space Marines. We'll go from 25 millimeter heroic and we'll take the entire line that we have to 32 millimeter. That ought to stop the 3D printers right there. Little did they know that there isn't much difference between the 25 millimeter and the 32 millimeter.
Right.
I mean, size wise, I mean, it just basically what happened was the Space Marines grew into their heads and hands.
Right. Because they did always have freakishly large heads and hands. But no, my reasoning for not liking them is, you know, lore reasons, like how dare they try to improve upon the works of the God Emperor. But then again, it turns out that they tried it once before, the 24th founding. Also called the Cursed Founding.
What are the two legions that were completely stricken from the record? Even their Primarchs were wiped out.
It's like 2 and 18. But the Cursed Founding is where the Lamenters came from. And they tried to rewrite all of the Space Marine genotypes to get rid of their bullshit, you know, like the Black Rage and all that. And instead, they ended up with a bunch of mutants and traitors. And the Badab War, which ended up not being. Janet said good night. Good night to Janet. I'll teach her how to play 40K yet. She'll be the only woman on the whole planet that actually enjoys 40K. Like, for real. Oh, earlier today, you heard me ranting. Yeah, it was, you guessed the channel.
Yeah, it's hobby night. And
Boy, I was kind of upset too because when I turned it on, she's in a string bikini, like messing around with a resin printer. And I'm like, does this bitch not know that if she gets this resin on her skin, it will soak in and give her kidney damage?
No,
And
they don't
maybe
know
F
that
her
stuff.
uterus up? I mean, what are you doing? But it's her boyfriend that puts her up to all that shit anyway. It's kind of stupid. It's like, come on.
I don't know if it's her boyfriend that puts her up to that. I think he tolerates it because, you know, they live kind of like a posh life in the Bay Area and everything. So I don't know. And she doesn't make that much money on Patreon because she doesn't have the body for it.
Right.
Yeah.
It just aggravates me because like she's not even mid. And I'm not trying to be mean, but I mean really, there's nothing there.
No,
She's fat,
it's
chested,
cringe.
fat ass, whatever.
It's bad.
And
You
she's
have
always
every
trying
right to hate it.
be all sexy and drape herself across her 40K table and shit. And I'm just like, this is cringy as hell. I would not tolerate it. My wife is a lot more attractive. Wouldn't tolerate it. Be like, no. Anyway, I'm ending this shit. It's been 4 hours. Bear needs to
I'm
go to
sorry
bed.
to keep you up, Gen X. I know it's all. Well, you got Caffeinator up there. I mean, he's ready to go.
Caffeinator. Ooh, is that my Cobra
Caffeinator.
name?
That would be a good
Is it-
superhero game.
if I'm in Cobra, is that my Cobra name? Caffeinator.
Caffeinator, yeah. It's
Let
your
me
job to
take
bring-
my secret formula and I'll be ready to destroy the Joes. There we go. I love this
Giant
idea.
bloodshot eyes.
Yeah, that'd be your code name, Caffeinator.
Problem is he starts going up just shooting randomly in the Cobra base. Like, stop! What are you doing? You know.
Yeah, he's just offering.
I drank a thing and it won't stop.
Hey, that's what they could also call him, the Caffeinator, aka the Jitterbug. Because he's just offering shaking off and
Still better than your Joe name, Friendly Fire.
Hey,
That's a good one.
there's nothing friendly about it. But anyway,
And Shadow's Joe name, Buzzkill.
Buzzkill. Who is it? No, I was talking to Leth, and I told a joke, and he's like, well, actually, and I was like, shut up, Timmy. Don't take my joke seriously and try to explain how wrong it was.
Poor Leth.
Yeah, I think the thing I do meanest to Leth is I make fun of him for buying that P90, which is that stupid submachine gun they used in like Stargate or whatever. The French-made space-looking gun. Such a piece of trash, but he bought one. And I'm like, dude, you could have bought like 4 ARs for that.
Wow.
Well, I mean, it's a P90, man. Those things are expensive, and they fire 5.7 ammo, which is also super expensive. And you can't even get the good stuff the Secret Service uses because it's illegal. So you got to get like
so
What
shit.
kind of bullets is the Secret Service using?
The 5.7 the Secret Service uses has like a Teflon tip and a steel penetrator.
Ooh.
So when they're using their FN
not talking-
5.7, that shit will go right through you. You know what I'm saying?
You're not
Go through
talking
your
green
Class
tips,
3
are you?
vest?
Yeah, it'll go right. It'll go right through. Well, not if you have like the heavy plates. They're designed to
level
stop
3
like a
or level
308.
4?
No, but if you're wearing like soft armor, you know, it'll go right through it. Just
Because I was just looking at level 3 and level 4 armor Sunday. You're not talking about green tips, are you?
I am talking about the Secret Service uses their own 5.7 rounds.
Oh,
And
okay.
they're like made to penetrate body armor.
What do you guys think of the Glazer safety slug?
Are you talking for
They're
shot?
not safety slug. Wait a minute. The original Glazers were the ones that would freaking shred you
So-
from the inside.
Well, no, it's got the blue tip on it that holds the liquid Teflon. So when it hits you, it
Oh,
doesn't
okay,
go
that's
through
something
you, but it goes into you, and then it spreads liquid Teflon inside. And it's called a safety slug because the anti-terrorist squads in the France, I think, could use them to shoot into a crowd because they weren't worried about penetrating and hitting someone behind the person.
I think that's a damn
That's the
fine idea.
invention, but it sounds like a sound idea.
Yeah, I don't know. It sounds kind of like it would be like a Geneva Convention violation shooting like liquid Teflon into people, which will kill them. which then, of course, makes my Canadian dick get hard because it sounds like a Geneva Convention violation. And that's just like, all right, I'm
One
in,
of the
fucking
few
rights.
things Canada is known for maple
Yeah, it
syrup
says-
and war crimes.
Well, when we get that maple syrup in us, we get all antsy in the pantsy. Nothing you can do
Get all
about it.
antsy and pantsy, and then things
And then I
happen.
got bullets that can kill you through your blood. Fucking rights, man. I'm in. Let's go, eh?
I mean, just think, your ancestors may have been throwing canned soup at my ancestors only to lure us into a false sense of safety so that you could chuck fucking hand grenades.
Yeah.
I almost feel like I should be angry at you for something.
Yeah, well, I'll keep your stick on the ice, eh?
Yeah, keep your stick on
That
you.
comes from Red Green, I think.
Oh, long before red green, it's something to teach in hockey. Keep your stick on the ice.
Yeah. It's like, yeah.
It's to avoid the idea of the stick being high up and hitting another person in the head. That's the point of the stick on the ice. And when you play lower leagues, when you're kids, they fucking drill it into you. And your coaches will be like fucking tweeting the whistle like madmen if your stick comes off the ice. And it's like, fuck off. We're here to have fun. Why are you ruining all the fun?
You're running out of fun, and the fun is fucking up the other kids.
Yeah, pretty much.
So leave us alone while we, abuse our fellow little kids, because I mean that's just what we're here for.
The stick's on the ice. You didn't say I couldn't sharpen the other end.
Yeah, well,
Well,
that's called spearing. In case you're wondering.
Oh, you got a penalty for everything. That's no fun.
Oh, yeah, there's a penalty
there's
for everything.
spearing, there's
So
slashing.
there's one called spearing.
Yep.
I did not know that. The only
It's
thing
when you
I know
take it's when you
about,
take the butt end of the stick and you jam it in the guy's fucking ribs.
the only thing I know about hockey comes from Wayne Gretzky's 3D Blast, and that was probably the best hockey game ever made for the Nintendo 64.
So
Because all
Gretzky
you had to
was
do was shove another guy, and you were in immediate hockey fight mode.
Oh my
Red-
god! I worked in a
Gretzky
video.
was-
Sorry, go on.
No, go ahead.
I worked in a video store when Blades of Steel came out for the original Nintendo, and people were offering us like $1,000, and this is like in 1989, $1,000 to put these things aside for them. But Nintendo had this like crazy like security. You had no like idea what was going to what store and stuff, and they got like locked up was in the manager's office because they knew people were. It was insane how obsessed people were getting that freaking game.
There were a lot of Blockbuster and video store rentals that were exclusive to them. So if you were lucky enough to get Hagane, the final countdown, congratulations. You stole it from Blockbuster, and you have one of the most valuable games ever made that you can just easily, just the cartridge alone, sell for like $2,000.
I remember the Nintendo hockey game where like it was just like Nintendo hockey, and you could pick a thin guy that was fast, a medium guy, and then a big fat dude that was slow but could like throw down like nobody's business. And you picked your players, and then you just played hockey and like beat the shit out of each other and stuff. It was pretty fun.
So as the man, as Denis Lemieux said, you do that, you go to the box, 2 minutes by yourself, and you feel shame, and then you get free.
And then you get free. Yeah.
That was such a weird movie.
I love that movie. I think if you don't get hockey, you don't get that movie. That's the problem. Like if you get hockey, you really get that movie.
Is that the
All
one with
right, gentlemen,
the
I'm going to turn
triplets
on
or
my
whatever?
air cannon.
Yeah,
Oh,
the Hanson
no.
brothers. The Hanson brothers. Yeah.
Yeah, they're just beating the shit out of people out of the blue. Bunch of gingers or whatever.
And then they're lined up for the national anthem, and because they had the fight right before the game starts. Like as they're doing the skate around, they start punching guys. And the fucking ref skates over. He's like, "I'm watching you. I got my fucking eye on you. You fucking step out of line." The guy just looks at it and goes, "They play the national." He goes, "I'm listening to the fucking song, eh?" I fucking love that scene, man. Fucking hockey. I miss playing hockey. Hockey was fun.
Yeah. I never played it, but I watch it. Anyway, before I pull a Southern thing and take 50 minutes to actually say goodbye,